Hi, Janae. Hi, Miriam. Hi, Lauren. Welcome in. Welcome in. Thank you for the likes, y'all. Hi, Negrita. Hi, Lee. Hi, Deep. Hi, Anaya. I feel like you were here earlier. Hi, Lindsay. Hi, Love Note. Hi, Kat. Hey, y'all. Hey, hey, KB. Hey, K Camp. All my usuals. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Y'all, I'm back because y'all hit that goal this morning. And I said I would come back. How are we feeling now that it's been a little bit of time? Hi, Amina. Hi, Bolani. Now that it's been a little bit of time, how are we feeling? Okay, let me see if I can cook. Because people was, worked up this morning, which fair. It was a lot. It is 5:10 where I am. Hi, P. Wait, what was on his snap? Hi, Big Body Birthday. Hey, Athena. I have my laptop open. You made it on time. Yeah. Hi, Emma. Hi, Camilla. Yeah. Hi, Ivy. Oh, he said his morning was a 10 out of 10, but his afternoon was a 4 out of 10. Yeah, apparently it was 5:30. I mean, it was Central Time, not Eastern Time, because he's in Oklahoma, I guess. So it was Central. So by the time Taylor got on, I was already about to get on. Miami, I agree. I agree. Hi, Billions. Annabelle, you're gonna go to bed. Good night. Hi. We are back, Shanika. Yeah, I listened to them, their New York Times interview. Hi, Anita. So y'all think that 3D was in his... Hi, Just Beeps. Hello, hello, my friend. Thank you. Y'all think that just what's that boy's name? 3D was in what's this Ace's ear? Okay. Hi, Adelaide. Hi, MTia. You think that Ace is fake? Is that who you're saying? Rebel with the cause, we're going to. Oh yeah, I saw that. That all of their hi boo, that all of their even Speedy's, yeah, Speedy's podcast was sponsored by Crown Royal. Um Thank you, Rebel with the cause. Um Hi Jojo, hey CJ. Anaya, you still don't like all the hate Ace is getting? I just feel tired by Ace at this point. I just feel like, again, like I said to y'all earlier, um, Ace had, he stayed quiet for weeks, months, honestly. Oh, Beatrice, I'm here to hold your hand. I got you. He had months to decide how he was going to engage. And so for him to do this way is very, very, it's messy. Taylor wants to be the only one cool with Nick and the only one cool with Ace. Well, there's an astrologer that did actually, she had pulled all of their charts back in June. And she said then, based on their astrology, that Ace and Taylor would be cool and Nick and Taylor would be cool, but she didn't think Ace and Nick would be cool. She thought Ace didn't actually like Nick, but that Nick wasn't aware of that. Hi, Charlene. Yeah, one of my mutuals sent it to me and I was like, makes sense. I thought that Ace was going to be cool on everybody, if I'm honest. I thought, hi, N. I thought he wasn't going to be, I don't know. I don't watch her content. I only saw that video because one of my mutuals sent it to me. So I don't know her thoughts about, I don't know her thoughts about Shalace. I will say, no shade, but maybe a little bit of shade. Hi, Zena. Ace is an August Leo, and I actually find August Leos to be more insufferable than July Leos. Personally. Oh, what does that mean? They're going to be bones. Like they're going to die as a couple? I don't think I know what that means. See, Irina, I think I said your name wrong. I'm sorry. Irinella, I actually didn't, I never thought that Ace was a shipper. I felt like people were always like stretching that. Hi, Tata. Yeah, y'all like up the live. Thank you so much for saying that love note. Melrose, I feel you about how you feel about him, like how you love him regardless. I get that. For me, it's a character thing. Well, I'm trying to give grace because he's young, but it's like, also just shut the fuck up, you know? Just be quiet. I agree that they stretch the Pepe being president thing. Yeah, I don't think he was a shipper. And I mean, he literally told us, right in this interview, my therapy session was good. Tata, thank you for asking. He told us in this interview that he was being told by production to ask about Alandria and Nick. Like he was, again, playing into this whole, their production forced, they're a PR relationship. Like he was saying that he got pushed to talk about them. He definitely felt like they deserved to be in the Final Four. He definitely felt like my thoughts have not changed about Nicolandria, honestly. I feel like my thoughts have always been really balanced, so I haven't changed my mind about them. If Nick and O are scammers, then I'm happy to be scammed. That's so funny. And then, you know, and this is so, oh my gosh, it's so, thank you. It's so challenging, right? Because it's like, I don't want to, I'm never, y'all know me by now, right? I'm old as fuck. I'm not going to go down the train of like, oh, now I'm going to like find all the ways to discredit his relationship with Shelly and blah, 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 blah. What other Ace thing? I already watched the interview, if that's what you mean. Like, I'm not going to do that. I'm never going to do that. It's just what I feel about their relationship is how I feel about their relationship, regardless of anything that he says in this interview. You know what I mean? I mean, unless he was saying something. You know what I mean? Wait, Taylor was trying to talk big shit on his live? I think, you know, I think he was hating. Honestly. I think it was hating, and I think it's hurt feelings. And he doesn't know how to discern how to respond to that. Not you don't want to hear about that man. Yeah, I guess 3D is on live right now. I was going to take one for the team and watch it, but it wasn't 5:30 Eastern time. It was 5:30 Central time, so he just got on live like almost an hour ago. I think that his feelings are hurt because well, one, as a result of production, but two, he felt like Nick should have answered that question differently on Watch What Happens Live. But also, to other people's point, Ace stopped answering Nick's calls a long time ago. We heard that from Nick. So Taylor is claiming that he spoke to Alandria in the Hamptons privately, and she said that she knew about production's plan of like pushing him on her. That's a weird thing for him to say, because then why would she be so upset about it? Hi, Jay. I am having a good day. Apparently, he's saying it on his live, and Clark is in the background laughing. Again, I've been telling y'all, people be like, we love Clark, we just don't like Taylor. And I'm like, I don't like Taylor. Hi, Jasmine. Nice to see you too. That only doesn't make sense to me, because if that's true, then why did she have the reaction that she had emotionally? I don't know Clark to like or dislike Clark. Like, I don't necessarily dislike anybody from this cast except for probably like Hilga, right? I don't know these people to like them or dislike them. Do I think that they have certain behaviors and traits that I don't fuck with? Yeah. I think that Taylor does not show himself to be a man of integrity or a good character. I'm going to say whatever I want to say, watcher, while you in here watching. I don't think that he shows himself to be a man of good character or integrity. I also do not feel like I don't appreciate the way that he has moved with Clark. Whatever she wants to accept in her life, that doesn't mean that I have to think it's cool. And so for me, I'm not fucking with it. Personally. Hi, Rara. Yeah, I think that this is going to be the breaking point. And I've been telling y'all, wait until the reunion airs. Once the reunion airs, I did think a lot would change. I did not think it would be because they blew up their own spot, though. Oh, he said that he told her in the Hamptons. So that was when she found out. That was when she found out. It's so ugly. It's so nasty. It's so gross. It did not have to be any of this. It's 346 of y'all in here. Y'all can like up the live. Once we get to 50K, I will open up the panel. I don't want to see Shelly and Ace unless it's us watching their breakup story. I don't want to see Taylor and Clark at all, and under any circumstances. And I don't think that Alandria should ever be produced by this team again. So I don't want to see them either. I don't want to see any of them on Beyond the Villa. Oh, LA, I feel like you're genuinely asking me my thoughts about Shelly and Chris and Hilga, but honestly, I'm so tired of talking about them. I'm sorry, friend. I don't want to give you any thoughts. I'm so tired of talking about that fucking heart rate challenge and their three I'm so sick of it. Whew. Bree, because I don't, because okay, so that's a great question. Why don't I want to see oh, Cara, let me tell you, why don't I want to see any of them on Beyond the Villa? Honestly, it's gotten so nasty between them. I don't, there are some things that I just feel like they deserve some protection around. Whatever I feel about Ace or Taylor, you know what I mean? Like, it's gotten so nasty that I don't think that we deserve for that to be produced to us as a show. Like, that feels too invasive, and I'm not interested in watching all the infighting that would happen. Like, that doesn't actually feel good to me as a viewer. I think that this is going to be the thing that forces the dumping of Ace and what's that boy's name? I'm always forgetting. 3D by Nick. So Cara asked what happened, y'all. So let me give a brief rundown. Ace did an interview with Speedy. In this interview, Ace alluded to a lot of things. He basically said production was forcing Taylor to be with Alandria. He said that production was forcing the votes. He said that there was an outbreak of, he didn't call it an outbreak, I'm being dramatic, right? But he said that there was like cold sores going around the villa, HSV1. And he basically said that Nick Alandria is not real, that Nick and Alandria's relationship is not real. But he said all of this by not saying anything. So what would happen is Speedy would ask something, and then Ace would very slipperily, like in a slippery way, say things. Nobody, Whitney, it's been debunked already. Nobody had cold sores. People already came out and talked about what happened, and everybody on the cast gets a full fucking panel before they ever go on the show to prevent things like that being spread. But he didn't give a fuck about that. He needed to be messy. It was giving slimy. They do, Christine. They test for everything. So Cara, what he tells us is that the people that he's close to now is really Taylor, Alandria, Shelly, and then he says he's also cool with Jeremiah and Brian. And explicitly leaves out Nick. Then they ask him like how he like is he happy for Nick Alandria? And he says, I'm happy for Alandria, blah, 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 blah. Brownie Nick said that Nick and Charlie said like he got bumped, like they were playing football or something, but like he got bumped in his mouth, like it was an actual sore, not a cold sore. Yeah, like his lip was busted. Thank you. I couldn't get the words. So then he's like, oh, I'm noticing you're not saying Nick. So again, fanning the flames, right? And then he said, so that's my point though, right? So let me speak to that. Wait, no, he didn't say anyone had cold sores. He said that he personally just didn't have any. But that's my point, right? He never just said, no, we all get tested. Nobody had cold sores in the villa. He goes, well, you didn't see anything around my mouth. Stop being corny. And just say no. But he knew what the story was, you know what I mean? So he didn't just say no because he wanted the story to go out there. You did not see cold sores, babe. I'm sorry, Ace Trainer, you didn't, because they all get tested before they get to go in the villa. Because they know they're about to have these people kissing, people are going to be having smacks, so they do full panels on everyone. I think they already have addressed it, Ace Trainer. Will somebody tell Ace Trainer? Yeah, can you imagine if they cast people onto a show and then they're like, I got HSB1 as a result of being on this show? Do you know the fucking lawsuits they would have? They are not doing that. Like, y'all, they're not doing that. And he knows that. He knows that. But he didn't just say that. And that's where the plausible deniability goes in. That's him manipulating the conversation. He did say that. Charlie said that he busted Nick's lip. Yes, he did. Exactly, Sharkan. If it was really an outbreak of HSV1, we would have seen more than just the two, because we saw Austin with them pimples all the time, and then we saw that busted lip on Nick. So Ann Winters, Taylor and Ace are in cahoots. That interview was a hit piece. Yeah. Anaya. Yeah. No, Danny, he did an interview. It's on YouTube on Speedy something, whatever the fuck. I don't know, child. Speedy something. Oh, thank you for saying that you appreciate my take on the Ace and Ola situation. It actually is just like, it's literally just so disappointing for me. Speedy Norman, thank you for saying it. I don't think about Huda, Rasha. That's what I think. I don't think about her. Not you have to relive it because your roommate is watching it. And that's exactly why I don't want to see them on Beyond the Villa card, because I don't care to see the infighting between black men and black women, because that is ultimately what would play out if they went on Beyond the Villa together. And we would just see Alandria being hurt all over again. No, thank you. I don't care to ingest black pain. No, thank you. No, thank you. I don't know if I think that Shelly is going to tell him about himself. Because the reality is that that's her man, you know? And Shelly is very diplomatic. Ace is not Alandria's friend. I think after this, I think after this, I definitely don't know how they can be. You know what I mean? Like, whatever we may have thought about, oh, well, maybe he felt like he couldn't say something in the villa. Maybe he was doing bro code, whatever. I don't know how. Oh my goodness, thank you so much, Ginger. I don't know how they can be friends after this. It's not giving protection. And the fact that in this interview, he talked about how, hi Glow, you're going live later, right? After in this interview, yeah, I mean, it's being said that Taylor said that he told Alandria in the Hamptons about what production was doing. At that point, I don't give a fuck. Stop talking to me. You know, like, I don't care, boy. Get out my face. But that also could explain why Alandria is like, it's all love, it's all good. Like, she don't really have too much of nothing to say about it. Thank you so much. Because she feels like it was not really like Taylor's fault. But again, I want to know how we know that. Because Speedy asked Ace the question, but then he asked another question and Ace never really answered. Do you know that it was production because you heard it or you saw it, or because Taylor told you that? Because again, y'all know that Taylor has a very interesting relationship to the truth. And she did, Bunny Smiles, as she should. Thank you so much. Tatiana says he just threw her feelings away and I'm getting tired of these people doing that to her. I agree. I agree. And the fact that, and again, y'all could say whatever y'all want to, listen, y'all get to feel however you want to feel. That's like my favorite one. Thank you, Ginger. Yeah, Ebony, apparently Speedy was already being weird toward Alandria while she was in the villa. Which comment, babe? Which comment, Tamia? Taylor's reaction is Taylor's fault. Exactly. Because again, Leah and Miguel told us last season that they didn't want them together. What happened? They still got together. Chris is on y'all's ass. He said, tap them damn screen. Oh, toward Nick and O together? I don't know. Tamia, I'm waiting for you to tell me which comment. Well, Alandria told us, right, that people are intimidated simply by her existing. And she talked about that with the men. Oh, no, you're okay, babe. The thing about Tamia, the thing about Ace's comment is that Ace never said anything. He never answered. So what I think is he's a manipulator. Cause just stand 10 toes down. Last time I checked, you ain't got none missing. Be 10 toes down. Say what the fuck you want to say with your whole goddamn chest, or shut up. Exactly. He planted seeds, Pia. He said, well, the last conversation that I had with Nick in the villa, he said that it wasn't, a romantic spark, but he was attracted to her. That was what he said. Then we get further in the interview and he says, Speedy goes, so do you think Nick and Alandria are real? And he goes, so he doesn't, exactly. He says just enough, and he harkens back to this old ass fucking comment, this old ass fucking conversation. He harkens back to that old ass conversation so that then when he opens up the space and says nothing, people will draw their own conclusions, and he gets to say, well, I never said that. And I would bet money, well, maybe I wouldn't bet money, y'all, but I would not be surprised if we hear those words explicitly at some point from him. I never said that. I never said that I thought they were fake. Because technically he didn't. Ace is so lucky I'm at work right now. Who said on his stories, are you saying that Ace went and put on his stories that he thinks that Nick Alandria is fake? Thank you. Nettie, exactly. His age is showing. Thank y'all for the likes. Thank you for the follows. We're almost at 50K and I will open up the panel. Reminder that subscribers always get prioritized for coming onto my panel. Thank you. Exactly. There you go. Oh, I did watch the whole thing. I watched the whole interview twice. Is he trying to walk it back already? I'm confused why he would say that. Wait, now I need to know. Boo, why would Alandria want Nick after sleeping with Sierra? Because lots of people fuck on people that before they get into, like, that's not a real question. Don't play with me. Wait, is he already trying to walk it back? And that's true, Mab. So if we think back to the villa, Oh, thank you so much. That's his whole personality, though. He loves planting seeds of doubt. If we think back to the villa, he did the same thing with Jeremiah regarding Hilga and that kiss. I heard shuffling, and he's just laughing about her, whether or not she got up to kiss somebody, right? He likes to do that. He likes to be in control as much as he can. Trey asked, where did he bash Alandria, though? Tamia, thank you for the follow. Where did he bash Alandria? Yes, it was backhanded. So I will say this again, because, you know, I don't know who came in here. When you came in here, I'm going to be gracious, right? He did not bash Alandria. Oh, okay. So then I shouldn't say anything. That is the better question, Shurikan. Why bash anybody? He could have got on that podcast and focused on his relationship. He could have got on that podcast and focused on himself, you know. Thank you, Kita. He did say that, user. He literally said Ola told him her type and it's not Nick. What feels so slimy about it is that we're all so clear he's referencing really old conversations. And he knows that, just like those of us with, you know, that are not sharing brain cells also know that, right? Right. He could have addressed the hate that he came out to. He's referencing all these old conversations and then just leaving the space, just enough space for y'all to, he's giving you just enough rope to hang yourselves, right? I'm going to give you just enough. And then I'm not going to actually say anything damning. And then you can draw a conclusion and I get to say, well, I never actually said that. As a person that knows how to use this manipulation tactic well, this is exactly what's happening. We're at 50K. Okay, love note. And I don't, whatever was happening between him and Nick, it was not okay. It was not okay for him to say what he said, knowing, because he's not stupid, that it would have backlash on Alandria and Shelly. But he's so self-involved. I have seen that picture, and that's the thing is, right? Like, he did this and now people are going to start digging on them. Now, I will say this, you know, them being in a whatever Telegram call or whatever the fuck that shit was as an influencer group. No shade, y'all, right? But that's really not any different than like us being on live together. Like, we still don't actually know each other in real life, right? We know each other on social media. So that doesn't mean anything to me. I don't really care about it, you know? Exactly. I would have loved to, let me help you, boo. You get to be in here and watch, but not talk. So you know what, Kara? In this instance, he said, I don't want it edited. I don't want, you know, I want to get the real out there, blah, 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 blah. I will say this, though. I told everybody in my last live, right when they start that Nick and Alandria conversation, there's clearly a jump. There's a jump in the timeline. Amina, just, I don't even care. Girl, shut the fuck up. It was a jump in the timeline. Exactly. And the thing is, he want to clock T about Nick now, but you ain't had shit to say about Taylor in that villa. You ain't had shit to say about Taylor in that villa. Hi, Gigi. Like, what are you talking about?
Hi. Are you this shit is giving me a headache all damn day long. A damn headache. I went to Miss D screaming at her live to the high
Hey y'all.
heavens. Like, what is hey Ann? Like, what is this fuck shit? And now I listen, and you know me, I was a reformed Ace hater. They made me go ahead and take that walk with them, and I walked so much that I ran and was defending the child of Chucky, and now Chucky over here just came over here and did this and took his little elf on a shelf ass off this shelf and is causing chaos and mayhem for this black woman. Why? Because black women are disposable collateral to him. Sorry.
No, don't be.
Hi, everyone.
Hello, hello,
Hey.
Family.
Gigi,
hello.
can I say, Gigi, okay, you were replying back to someone who was commenting, and in another live, and I was in a bad area and I could not hear it, and I am just beyond just sad. I couldn't fully hear your comeback. And it wasn't to the, or I think it was to that Trey kid who just could not
Oh.
form a sentence, who
Oh
just
my
seemed like
god.
he was antagonizing the whole panel of people. Oh my God. It was Tina, you had to read it. Like it was
Listen, Tina,
he
they
was
brought
just
out
here.
pre-therapy Gigi. They brought out pre-therapy Gigi, and it
Not
was heartbreaking.
pre-therapy, Gigi.
Yeah.
Pre-therapy Gigi came out. It was sad. I tried to be a
Oh,
lady.
wait, y'all. Oh, okay, okay, okay. He ain't talking about nothing. Sorry, sorry.
I was just in his doggone live.
Yeah, I was about to say, has anybody went into the Taylor live? Because I went in there and I was like, oh no. And I came right on out.
I have it on my computer. Okay, let me say this real quick, y'all, and then I'm gonna have my panelists go. Because y'all, this just like I'm a mix of like sick to my stomach, angry as fuck, sad. It's a lot. I just feel a lot of emotions about the way that he chose to, like, again, I just feel so disappointed at the fact that he would move like this. So I do want to say this. I have my panelists up here. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of y'all still sitting in the queue. I will rotate out my panel at some point, y'all. Okay. So just hang in there and I will bring you up. Okay. Um, can we start from the bottom? Rara, will you share your thoughts, friend?
Oh yes, my name is Rachel. So my
Thank
thoughts
you.
were yes.
Okay.
So yeah, my I thought basically when I saw it this morning, and I thought of you instantly. So basically, my thoughts were I was hoping so much more for Ace because I literally like me and my sister were having a whole conversation about him, and then I was like, man, I forgot he's a Leo. Because my sister is dating a Leo, and my best friend is a Leo, and her husband is a Leo. And
Mm,
unfortunately, she like be battling like a brick wall, even though they're like in their 50s. But it's like his age is telling number one, his intentions of him not being intentional, even though he thinks he's being intentional. And that's the phrase that even Taylor saying, oh, he's standing on business. No, it's not. You're moving grimy and slimily. It's like you can sit here and not talk about somebody's relationship without making faces or being on mission. I'm like, I'm not going to speak on somebody else's relationship if I come out of a reality TV show knowing that people are trying to get me in situations and like quote baits and stuff like that. I'd be like, it's easy to say, that's not my relationship, and I'm going to not talk about it. But he chose to go about it this way. I don't know if they thought that, oh, they were going to try to dim her light. But then I also realized he decided to drop this during Orlandria's Tuskegee thing. And I'm like, so that was telling also to me too, like because she was advertising it and she was like, oh, I'm going to do this Tuskegee thing. And even Nick was promoting his this podcast the day before and the day of. And I'm like, you can sit here and say, because Nick said you hadn't called him back. You could tell somebody we're not as cool as we were coming out of the villa. I'm like, it's really easy to say that. You could even send a text message. You don't have to have a conversation with them. But just the way how he decided to do this, and that to think that I felt like the Alandria hate a little bit was kind of dimming down, but the way I found out about the interview was like they started going ham and other these I hate basically Shelly and Alandria Facebook groups because they're like, I knew it. I'm like, you just started it all up again. And I'm
Mm-hmm.
like, I was like, come on now, dude. I'm like, you knew this was about to happen. I mean, like, it was finally dying down, and we were like, okay, they've been out of the villa maybe like a month now, and that the reunion's been like 2 weeks, and I feel like people were finally starting to be like, okay, that's what we thought, even though we knew there were some unedited, a whole bunch of unedited things, because Jeremiah did get on his own live the other day and was saying there's a lot of stuff that was unedited, and there's a lot of stuff that were said or not said. But then I'm like, Ace, you just started it up again because you're thinking that. To me, he's moving like as a frenemy. He's moving like as a short man complex because he brought up the height thing again. I'm like, bruh. I'm like, to me, I'm like, your age is showing, number one. You trying to put attention back on yourself, and then you and Taylor decide to do that. He's like getting on there. It's like, I'm giving my unedited opinion while you got your girl laying in the bed. I'm like, if you try to come off as being professional, to me, that's not how it's coming off. It's coming off as being like you two haters decided to team up to do this, and I'm gonna drop my live, and then Taylor's over like, oh, let's get to 5,000. I'm like, it's giving very. I want the attention back on me and my relationship to say me and my relationship and my friend's relationship is the real authentic relationship, and these other ones, they're fake. And I'm just like, I'm very disappointed, number one. And I'm just like, I'm looking at Ace like, really? I was rooting for you like the Tyler, what was it? What's her name? I can't, like, I was rooting for him badly. And I'm just like, man, I'm so disappointed. And I was like, I see why people,
Tyra Banks.
yeah, Tyra Banks, thank you. It just wasn't coming. The Tyra Banks. So I'm like, I was so rooting for him. And I was like, man, I hope, because unfortunately, like last year, when a lot of their friendships imploded right after, I think that's where the Beyond the Village Villa came from, is because after they got a chance to see the footage and everything, and then all the stuff. I can't. I think people were talking, comparing Ace to what was his name, Kenny from last year, about how he completely did like a 180 as soon as he got out of the villa. And he's giving me that vibe, like you're trying to be a quote unquote a continued influencer, where you're stabbing your friends, supposed friends, at this point, in the back. And I'm more disappointed. But I was like, I was hoping that he wouldn't do it, but I'm like, yeah, unfortunately, him and Taylor are feeling like, well, I'm going to ride myself to success and trying to kind of put cracks in their backs, or because I think Olandra, her lip stuff came out too, and it sold out twice. So I'm just more disappointed, and I'm not surprised, but I was wishing for more. So
Yeah. Yeah. I appreciate those thoughts. Yeah, it's just been very, very disappointing. P, I am gonna check my messages. Okay, Love Note, will you please give us your thoughts as well?
Yes, I will. Thank you so much for having me on here. So, I am I'm gonna I kind of wrote myself notes so I can kind of go in order of my thoughts. So at first it's gonna be about Ola, and then it's gonna then speak on Ace's character, and then the talk about racism, how that's taken away from it. So first, to me, it always goes back to the quote Nick said, that Olandra gives loyalty to people, but they never give it back to her. And I've seen that this is happening time and time and again with every single one of them in that villa except for Nick. And I feel like truly Ace has proven that he's not her friend, not truly, because I feel like if you're someone's friend, or even they've only known each other for a few months, but even if you're trying to build a friendship, this is not how you do it. He's shown how selfish he is. He's always just put himself first. And I feel like it's shown that he's always put himself and Shelly, they've only always put themselves first. I feel like this just hurts, even more so as a Black woman, that Alandra as a Black woman is not taken into consideration, is never taken into consideration. I feel like he isn't mentioning yeah, he said some good things about her and how close that they are. He did speak up on her, but I feel like you're not thinking back to the repercussions that all of this is going to go back on her. Because
in a way, he did imply that Nick was the one who was, in a sense, scamming in the way that Nick said he was only attracted but did not feel that romantic connection, not Olandria. But still, it doesn't take away from that. I feel like, as always, she is last to be thought about, and as a black woman, least protected, just like he did with Taylor, with the whole Olin Taylor situation. He could have been transparent and honest, but he wasn't. Second, I feel like he also did this interview to show that I'm not the mastermind that everyone thinks I am. I wasn't, it's production who was really doing all of this planning and conniving in the background. It's not me. I feel like this interview did the opposite of showing his character to be of one of integrity, of one that isn't scheming and planning anything. If anything, it makes people lose less trust in him. Like, it's not going to show that you're a trustworthy person. I'm not going to want to even support you, seeing how you're already moving with the so-called friends that you have made in the villa, and even in his friend Cookie, that he's still following her. So in all of that, to me, it's speaking to his character. And the other thing I want to bring up, this is also taken away the conversation away from the racism and the hate that these girls have been going through. You're taken away from a larger and a lot more important conversation that we need to have, especially with how production has moved. He could have highlighted, in a sense, of him using, oh, my conscience, because he alluded that his conscience was really production. So you could have highlighted how, even more so, I know he did the whole, as black people were therapists, he could have highlighted even more so how production played into the racism and the hate and painting black people in a bad way. With reality TV and entertainment, there's so many more important issues he could have highlighted, but he didn't. I think it was, I don't know if it was you or someone who brought up the NAACP article that was brought out, I think it was on Instagram, about Shelly and Olandria and about black women and the hate that they're receiving. Those are the type of conversations that we should have been having. And you, as a black man, you should have been protecting women, because someone brought this. We as black women, we always protect black men and we go hard for them. But the fact that my heart hurts for Ola, because no one has really protected her. And the one person who, in a sense, did protect her, that's who you're attacking, because you have hurt feelings because he didn't defend you. You didn't defend Shelly and them from racism until now, until this reunion. You could have spoken up. So it's like all these things, it just, oh gosh, I really hurt for her, but I know she's strong, and I know that she is blessed. And the thing is, this hate, it's only gonna make them come out even better, even stronger. Because the thing is, now we're riding hard and dawn for these two, and we're protecting them. And what he doesn't realize, he's lost that trust, because, like we said, they were the core four. But now you've lost that. No one's gonna ride for you and Shelly, and Shelly is complacent in it too, even with her association with Sierra, and we talk about all of this. So this is just my thought. My heart just hurts for Ola, and that's why I even sent it on Nick's Snapchat, because someone did it. They didn't ask the questions. They pretty much said, we just want to show love to you, know that we love you, we protect you. And I said the same thing to him. I'm just like, you know what? I just want to send you love, Nick. Know that we care about you and about Ola. And that's what I just want to do, is flood them and their comments with love. Because as a black woman, it just, what Ace did just hurts. But I'm going to stop now and let other people go.
Love Note, thank you for that realness, right? Like, it's, again, this is so deep, y'all, thank y'all drop some hearts in the chat for Love Note, like Gigi said, because I think anybody that's a woman, especially if you are a black woman, you know what it feels like to not feel protected. Shit, as a black man, you should know to some extent what it feels like to not be protected. But to have it come from your own community, like, that's the part. And I know people be like, oh, like, you don't know these people, but you have to understand that we're watching these people play out in real time what a lot of us feel and deal with in our own lives, right? Like this is not, yes, we're watching these young people navigate this, but we're also seeing all of the hate that they're getting. And we know that even though they're not saying, oh, see, I knew this about you, Christina, or oh, I knew this about you, Love Note, we know that they mean that about Black women, right? That angst and that anger and that frustration is toward Black women, right? And so to have that in such droves because of something that a Black man said is painful. And so thank you, Love Note, for being transparent in this space. I appreciate this space for always being able to hold all the ways that people show up in this space. That was super real, and I feel you, and all of that is true. Jules, please share your thoughts with us, friend. Thank y'all for gifting my panelists as well. I love when y'all do that.
So I wasn't expecting the outpour of emotion, um, and that was totally, totally needed and valid. But I'm actually gonna let all the women go first because I feel like that is needed.
I appreciate you, Jules. I appreciate you. Okay, Ginger, my friend, let's hear your thoughts.
Sorry if I sound a little emotional because Love Note really, she really, really, really touched on some valid points and it really got me emotional. You know, honestly, growing up in Jamaica and my upbringing very different from you guys being Black American. It's very different. Like I never had to get up every day to identify I'm Black. You know, I feel like this is how Black Americans get up every day, wake up. They gotta remember, not even their name first, but remember, I'm Black in America. Then my name is Ginger, you know? And then you're like, oh, well, I'm a nurse or I'm this. And it hurts my heart that this is the experience of a lot of Black American men and women, you know? And growing up in Jamaica, I never had that. I just got up every day and be who I am, who I choose to be, went about my business, never thinking about my color, just that I have friends of different color, different background. My sisters and brothers are of different colors, different background. I have a sister that's half Indian. My family stems from like a Latin background as well. So it's just so hurtful moving to this country to see the hate amongst like the Black community. And I'm like, why is it that it is this way? Why is it that we feel this way? Why is it that we can't just get up and be like, yo, we love each other. We have the same freaking experience of walking with this target on our back. So why the shit are we giving each other like, yo, hating? Why can't we have just disagreements and say, yo, I don't like what you're doing and like construct, criticize each other instead of being crab in a barrel, bringing down each other. I am so sorry. Like I'm going off on a tangent. I am so sorry. But like it hurts my heart. Like even with Ace here sitting, and I feel for Ola, like I've never experienced that amount of racism or being bullied. I was bullied growing up because my name, the way my name is, they used to make fun of my name and call me like wheelchair and mispronounce my name. And that hurt me to my heart. And I was a crybaby and it affected me a lot. And I had to learn how to be tough. So I can only empathize with what she's going through and what she's feeling. And for you to say you are my friend, and instead of saying, I don't know, I can't speak on that because the last conversation I had with them or with Nick was pre in the villa and not since they have left the villa. So why would I give an opinion now to say this is not real? And my thing is this, so what if they're not real? What are you gonna gain? Whether they're real or not, you're in a real relationship, right? This. So what is your effing point if they're not real? You get a trophy? Do you grow 3 more inches? Do you want to be 6'1" like Nick? Like you're like the spawn of the devil, and the devil had like some short sperm, and then that's how you ended up. I don't understand the logic. Like, why would you sit up? This woman is being getting hated on. You all went to the reunion. See that Helga didn't even say anything, didn't even give her a chance, didn't even come and make a post about it after. And you come here and to question and to me berate her. Because if you're saying if you're my friend, this is how me and my friends operate in our relationship. Even if you're with a man and I don't like him, I would say to my friend, I don't like him, but I would tolerate him for you. But I will never put your business, come on Instagram or post your business like, oh, I don't like my friends, man. No, that's supposed to be an internal thing, not an external thing when you come on the internet and blast me and to shame me and to make me feel better. That's just stupid and just wicked. I don't care what you say, that's just pure evil and wicked. And he wanted the clout that Nicolandria has, and he thought they were going to get the Cordelia Serena edit, and they came out and got the villain edit and the mean girl edit. And you know what? Shelly might, you know what? They might be onto something. Shelly might be mean. Because to me, she comes off of being selfish and she wants things her own way. And the two of them seems like they're in cahoots now. Now I'm here sitting looking back. I'm like, what? Is Helga fans right or something? Are we missing the whole point? Because why would you do this? Your actions should not validate what your ups have been saying about you. And that's just real. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm done. I'm sorry.
That was beautiful, Ginger. Don't be sorry. Don't be sorry, everyone on this channel. Thank you for your thoughts, Ginger. Yeah, it does beg the question of what do you gain by doing this? You know what I mean? Like, what do you gain? I think that is such a valid question to be asking. And I see y'all in the chat that apparently on Taylor's live now, Clark is in the background playing the I pick Clark audio. Like, yeah, it's unfortunately, this is, and I've said on this live, y'all have heard, who's been in this live before with me and heard me say, I don't root for everybody that's Black. This might be a moment where you have to go, damn, that character, that integrity is just not something I fuck with. And that's just gonna have to be okay. You know what I mean? Okay, Anne, please share your thoughts, my friend. Thank y'all for gifting my panelists.
Hey y'all, good evening. So it is 8:05 on the East Coast, and I'm currently watching Blues live. Also, Jessie is live separately on her YouTube, because this is such a crisis. Everyone's live. Anyway,
what's up, Ann?
Hey Chris, my Sagittarius twin. Here's the thing, y'all. Here's the thing. I think Ace is a big hater.
What's up? What's up?
You're mad that Nicolandria is bigger than you. Blue said something really important on her live. She said that whenever we spoke about Chalace, we spoke of them as the sidekick. You might be part of the core four, but you're mad that you're not as big as Nicolandria is. Ace expected to make sure that oh my god, he's pissing me off. Ace expected his game of strategy to win him the whole entire Love Island, and to win him those brand deals and sponsorships, and to be the it couple with Shelly. And just because Shelly's my Haitian sister don't mean I'm not checking for y'all. I'm side-eyeing Chalace. Like I said in last night's live, I'm mad at myself. I gaslit myself because I felt empathetic for this Black man because he said I didn't want the villain edit. After watching a portion of the interview, and I will finish later because I'm watching Blue's review, I see that Ace, you're a bit grandiose. You talking about that you were the sage one in the villa giving everyone advice on how to move. Are you really being wisdom, or are you just controlling the island? People don't talk about it enough. Ace and Huda ruined the season for me. Ace with being too strategic and Huda being so emotionally dysregulated. Y'all fucked it up for us. I did not watch season 6, but I will go back. Apparently season 5 was the breakout season and season 6 was iconic. And y'all tried to follow the blueprint and failed. It's obvious that Ace basically admitted to bring a producer plant, because you can actually tell by his attitude. He didn't want to keep Helga. He basically said, bitch, don't touch me, but stood behind her because he was told to. But here's the thing that gets me. It's clear that Ace was attracted to Huda at the very least and wanted to explore, and Jeremiah beat him to it. He saw that Jeremiah was being mistreated, and that made him back off. But you clearly enjoyed that heart rate challenge a little bit too much. So stop capping with you're anxious. Maybe in some parts, but I didn't see you anxious while she was licking your D on TV, dry humping you and kissing up on you, moaning apparently. I didn't even hear that part because I was just so surprised at what I was looking at. And then you grabbing them cheeks. I don't see you anxious. You're an active participant, sir. Where's the anxiousness? Let me tell you something. I am biased against you. I'm gonna tell you that right now. I grew up with a Leo narcissist, and I know a Leo narcissist when I see one. And was he born in July? That's even worse.
August. He's an August Leo.
Oh, ooh, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, Ace. Somebody made a great post on TikTok that broke me out of my cognitive dissonance. She said that Ace gives the charismatic pastor, and it's true. He gives I have to send that to you, Tina, because that was such a good breakdown. He gives a charismatic pastor personality, very, very like friendly. He could draw you in. And here's a food for thought, because I've been watching a lot of Blue, and I've been working on my EQ. I think that your worst fear of having the villain edit is because you are so obsessed with your image. You don't want to appear to be the villain. But today you just showed us you are the villain that you're not trying to be. You're mad that Nick didn't stand up for you. Nick, I've seen him stand up for you. Oh no, he's not the ringleader. On every interview I seen he was 10 toes down for you. Now you say Nick is not your friend. Here's the thing. You mentioned Olandria on the list. He said Olandria is my friend. Shelly, obviously, we're more than friends. And Taylor, you're very strategic in what you said. Because Ace, you claim that you keep it real, right? So I know you're strategic in what you said and how you said it. Because I know he could be very intentional. So Nick did defend you multiple times. And I remember he even stood up for you at the reunion. So what are you talking about? He's not your friend. And I find it very interesting that you said Olandria is your friend first. I don't think Olandria is really your friend. I think, when your friend is dating someone, they become your friend by proxy. I think you aligned yourself with Olandria because she's winning. But you wanted to disparage Nick. And just like Blue said, you just told him, fuck you, sundress. If you know, you know. Toodles.
Thank you, Anne. Okay, I want to say something about what you said, Anne. So, number one, yes, I do think that, like, oh, thank you. I also think it's like important. Thank you to remember, right? When he came out of the villa, and I've said this before, right? He was definitely working strategically to sanitize his image, to regain control of his narrative of who he is. And I'm never going to be mad at that. You get to be whoever you want to be on the internet. Okay. You get to decide who you are. Okay. Thank you, Nikki. I will say this though, right? And y'all have heard me say this 1,000 times. You can build a mountain out of a molehill, but you cannot build a mountain out of nothing. Okay. And so he still was giving them the content. He was still doing the things in order for them to be able to make it bigger or add the background music or whatever. You know what I mean? So that said, yeah, being the pastor makes sense. And I want y'all to remember that he said to Shelly, how we gonna be Beyonce and Jay-Z if you ain't got your shit together, right? Like he definitely gives, I want to be a power couple. Okay. And so thank y'all for the gifts. And so, right. P, he said that Brian's been calling to check on him, but is ignoring Nick's calls. Nick has told us that, right? So he definitely cares about what his image looks like. And I think that that's part of the reason why he's been moving the way he's moving. I'm not saying it's not sincere, but he definitely wants us to have a version of him. And I think what he thought he was doing on this podcast was, oh, I'm about to go on this podcast and like show them that I keep it real. You know what I mean? Like I'm about to go on this podcast and let them know like I stand 10 toes. But really all it gave was what's underneath. He is not practiced enough at his mask to be as good at it as he thinks he is. Somebody else said, they sent me this tweet. P sent me this tweet. Nick rallying to save Olandria from being eliminated from the villa changed the dynamics of his friendship with Ace and Taylor. And there's a chance Nick probably didn't even notice the switch up. I don't disagree that definitely could have been a pivotal moment, right? Ace wanted to keep Coco. And Taylor explicitly said he wanted Olandria to go home because, well, what if she wants to keep exploring me? And Nick was like, respectfully, I don't give a fuck what y'all want. She's going to stay. And then the votes changed for her to stay, right? Because when Nick said that he was voting for her, Pepe and TJ said my vote is going to Alandria. They didn't air the audio of TJ, but it's on the captions if you watch your show with captions, right? So Ace and 3D, I just be blanking that boy's name completely out of my fucking head. Ace and 3D were going to be outvoted with the men, and so then everybody else just split. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that definitely could have been a pivotal moment. Real quick, and then Gigi's gonna share her thoughts. I do want to shout out, I have a ton of subs in here. New LA 7, thank you. You just started subscribing. Neek, Lisa, Lambdy, Toy, Zena, Treats My Way, Bay, Sure, Rachel, House of Seven Goddesses, 011 BN, Jojo, Camilla, Love Note, Miriam, Ray, Jules, Emirates K, Miss Bossa, Sheila, Sun, April fucking Flowers, Shayla, Deidre, Cha Cha K, Ginger P, Amina, Another J, Rice, Bianca, K, Boogie, and Tata. Thank y'all for being in here. And I do know that I have a queue, and I promise y'all just hang out there. I will bring you up as soon as we get through this panel. Okay, Gigi, please share your thoughts, friend.
The thoughts that I have. So I'm trying to refrain from going back to pre-therapy, Gigi, as I go through this. So and I say this because I'm coming from this from a position of I was an ace hater and then became a reformed ace hater, and then now find myself back on my original villain path. And it irritates me that I've gone to such lengths to defend this man because I thought I saw something that was genuine, and for him now to do this, and it just reinforces that age old adage that says, when somebody shows you who they are, believe them. Right? Ace has shown us who he is, and we should have believed it from the beginning. He is an egomaniacal little man who, when his ego becomes confronted, he throws everybody under the bus. It was clear to me, even though I became a reformed ace hater, the biggest thing that I had against him, that I held smoke for him still, was the fact that as a Black man, you sit here and you let another Black man play in Alandria's face. You let him play in Alandria's face, and then you were actually part of the machinations of him continuing to play in her face. So for you to say that you were so close to her, I think is a huge fallacy, because you allowed this to happen as a Black man. You prioritized your friendship over this woman being played, over this Black woman being played by another Black man. And then you turned around and added to it as another Black man who played in her face once again. These issues that I have with you are just twofold. And then you throw Shelly in there as collateral damage, because let's be very, very clear in this, right? We know that he did this understanding that Shelly and Alandria already had a narrative about them. You fed that beast by going in there because you knew that people thought that their friendship was rocky already, because of the whole Slorella thing. Now you go and feed that beast, that rumor beast, when Nicolandrians and Shalace were beginning to come back and mend fences, and they were coming back from that, and you fed that beast by throwing your girl's best friend under the bus, essentially calling her a scammer, doing all of this. It makes zero sense, all because your feelings are hurt. And let's run through this really quickly before y'all sitting in the comments talking about oh, Ace is just telling his truth, because I really do blame George Bush for this, because not every child should have been brought along. Some kids should have been left behind. And I truly believe that some of y'all really should have been a pearl necklace or somebody's stiff sock, because y'all truly lack comprehension skills. Let's go ahead and run this fucking back for y'all. I apologize. I don't mean to be, but this shit really does piss me off. I'm gonna run this right back for y'all, okay? Let's be very clear. When is the last, for you to sit here, and what's truly disgusting is for you to get up on this man's podcast and sit here and insinuate that this man had a whole STI. When you know the truth. That is ridiculous. It is disgusting and absolutely fucking insidious for you. And for y'all to sit here and turn around and think that shit is okay, That is not okay. You as a black man through so now when we have these people who semi-confirm that they have been intimate in the reunion, now you out here telling people that she's sleeping with somebody who had an STI. You sitting here putting this girl out here. But y'all let y'all cognitive dissonance so damn hard because let's be for real, y'all just didn't see it for a black woman who was being loved the way that she wanted to be loved out loud by a white man when two black men played in her face. That's what y'all didn't like. And it forces you every time you see her and Nick together and every time you see Nick riding for her to sit down and evaluate your relationships and realize what you have accepted, the shortcomings in your partner and the shortcomings in yourself that you've allowed to give your partner. And that is what y'all motherfuckers sit up here uncomfortable with. That's why y'all don't like it. This is exactly why I'm trying. And this is why Chic Mamas got on here on Modern Love interview and said that they're going to step back from being in public because y'all play too damn much in their faces. They perform for you left and right, but y'all sit up here still treating Landria like a performing fucking monkey and expect her to jump through hoops and show her flaps everywhere for y'all just to prove that she's worthy of being loved. Y'all are crazy. And y'all let this little itty bitty short man play in y'all faces talking about this girl when she's out there giving speeches on college campuses. Be fucking for real. Black women truly are the least protected class, and y'all backing Ace out here in the comments have proved this. Sorry, I let a little pre-therapy Gigi clear out there.
You're okay. You're okay. And to someone's comment, no, Ace did not say explicitly that he had an STI. But I need y'all, like, and I'm not being facetious. I swear to goodness. This is all recorded. Y'all. I will post this on YouTube afterward. He did not say that he had an STI explicitly. But that little man, Speedy, asked about it, right? Because we got to be able to do context clues, right, Kiana? He asked about it, and Ace chose to just, well, you didn't see nothing around my mouth. So what he did was insinuated he wouldn't just keep it a buck. He didn't just say no. Right? And this goes back to what I've been telling y'all. Thank you, Betsy Poo, for the follow. This goes back to what I've been telling y'all, right? About, again, he manipulated the narrative in this interview in order to say things without saying things so that he has plausible deniability. And it is on you to use your whole brain as a viewer, as someone engaging with people on social media, engaging with TV, all sorts of media, to be able to discern what someone is saying, even if they don't say it directly. Nobody does, Amber. Nobody does. That's what we're saying, right? That they all did full panels. We know they didn't come in there with that. We know that. Do y'all know the lawsuit that they would have on their hands if somebody had a fucking STI and then brought it in there and they was all over each other's bodies, kissing, tonguing each other down? Do you know the lawsuit that would be on their hands if someone said, I contracted this because I had to do this challenge as a part of my job on this show? And so instead of him just saying, no, that's not true, we all got tested, he knows that they're asking explicitly about Nick and about Austin. Well, y'all didn't see nothing around my mouth, so we got to use our context clues, right? And we got to not be duped just because somebody didn't say it directly that they didn't say it, right? We talk a lot in this live about reading body language, okay? All right. Yeah, y'all, I figured Taylor's live wasn't going to be on no good shit. Somebody said that Shelly made a post standing by her man. Please confirm that. Please confirm what platform that's on because I haven't seen it.
Yeah, it was another birthday post. It wasn't, I don't think there was anything.
I haven't seen anything. On Instagram, her last post is her going to the Caribbean Music Awards. So, okay,
It's
Jules, please.
talking. Oh, they're talking about her Instagram post that she just did of her birthday, and it has pictures of her and Ace together in it. That's what they're talking about. It was a couple hours ago.
Okay, I mean that's what like the one birthday post that he's even in because he was late to the birthday party. Anyway, let me stop.
Yeah, and it was, but like, it's the fact that she posted it during the heat and
I
peak of
get it. I
everything.
get it. I get it. Yeah, she's definitely
Um,
letting y'all know that she's with her man. That's cute. Whatever. Good for her. Share your thoughts.
well, let me start off. Envy, why would they offend me? Why they go against me? Don't they know I'm coming back swinging for that ass? Nikki, Nikki, she's the GOAT. I always have to do a little Nikki at some point. I'm sorry, but like she's the Bible sometimes. Um, y'all know I feel so vindicated. Like I feel so vindicated on today. Y'all know how I feel about Ace and Shelly. So it's just funny because it's happening sooner than I thought. Like I thought like it was gonna be weeks, months even, like I don't know, but I'm just so happy that it's happening on today. Thank you, Jesus. So first off, where do I want to start? Let's start with this little tidbit of information. It came out that Shelly's B-Day, Ace's podcast, and Taylor's Live is all sponsored by the same company. Hmm. They planned an attack on my client, Nick. And I don't like that. I don't like that one bit. But we'll come back around to that. But Ace really just proved the point that I was making. I don't know if it was the last live or the one before, where I was calling him like, I was building my thesis paper about him being a red pill male and alpha male. They definitely think Nick is a beta male. Him and Taylor both think that, and that's why they're doing this to him. And I do slightly feel bad for Shelly, and not in the way that you guys might think. I feel bad for Shelly because she's still being a bird and standing behind her man. I really feel bad because it's going to be her downfall, and I don't know when she's going to wake up and smell the coffee, but it's going to be too little too late because, like I said in previous lives, Shelly does not have a current brand outside of being pretty. And the only branding that she had was attached to Alondria and being her quote unquote soul sister and being a part of Ace and them being this Beyonce and Jay-Z. That was never going to happen, but that's what they thought. And it might have worked to some extent, but it didn't have no longevity to me. But that soul sister shit is out the window, and that was her biggest strategy at being branded. And now I feel like that's going to crumble. Um, Ace, so many thoughts about Ace. So like we're probably gonna have to go round for round and let other people speak, but Lord, I just don't. Yeah, like I truly was gagging because like I knew it was coming at some point, but I didn't think it was coming in this way. Like I thought it would be Taylor first and not Ace. But wow, 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 wow. Like he is just so envious, and that's the thing that's really getting me. Like fuck all the other shit. He's really just envious, and I've never seen somebody act like this, and I really hate how performative he is. I feel like I'm more mad at him bringing up. When Speedy asked him, "Oh, did you feel like Shelly and Alondria were bullies?" And then he tried to spin this whole well, black people have to do this and we're therapized and all of this. Like he tried to do this whole black excellence kind of word to the people, open your ears and see what the production, the white people trying to do, the mass are trying to get us, like that kind of vibe. But what people are like kind of not seeing in between all of that, that was intentional too, because I feel like he was also trying to spin that back on Nick in some way, like as if his actions should be conflated with Nick's actions, as if Nick somehow was, kind of puppeteered as this like master manipulator as well. And why isn't Nick getting all the backlash? And like I like my thoughts are all over the place, so it might not make sense what I'm saying. But if you feel what I'm saying, you feel what I'm saying. Um, I don't know. Like I am not disappointed by Ace. I'm very happy for Ace. I'm glad that he's letting his true colors show. He said I had a following before this. I had clout. I had fame. I didn't need none of this. But yet you were on Love Island. If you were really bigger than the program, why weren't you on your own program, bitch? I don't get it. You weren't famous to my knowledge because like I'm very all over the place with people. I really be in it. Like I know. So I've never heard of Ace from nothing. So like I'm like you wasn't really that big. You wasn't really big honcho like he thought. Like I don't know. But yeah, I'm glad that he squandered his gifts. He's in the same range as Huda to me. They both thought they were bigger than the program, and look at them now. Their reckoning is coming. It might not, come like that, but it's definitely on the decline. Stocks going down. Nicolandria in 5. What's up?
Period. There are yes, y'all, it's so many thoughts. I appreciate my first round of panelists. I'm gonna flip in more subs. Y'all are really in this queue. Okay, y'all got the thoughts. Y'all got the thoughts. Finish sending gifts to Jules, y'all. Y'all that are up here right now, re-request again. Happy to have you back up. As you know, I want to flip in for more subs to share their thoughts as well. Yeah, this is it's a lot. It's a lot, y'all. I can't even, there's so many words. There's so many words. Okay, let me pull in. Give me just a second, y'all, to switch out the crew. Hello, hello.
Hello, y'all.
Hey, hey. Okay. 2 more seconds, y'all. 2 more seconds. Hold on. Thank you. Thank you all for sending all of my panelist gifts. Y'all are the bomb.com. I appreciate it. Okay. Let me finish pulling people up real quick, y'all. Come on now. Moving in slow motion. Okay. I don't know if CJ's in here, Brandy. I know you want to get on CJ's ass because CJ has been an avid ace defender. Jalen, I don't feel like you're asking a real question. So CJ was in here earlier, Brandy, but I haven't seen him back. So I don't think he's in here right now. Woo! Y'all, it's a lot of y'all. It's a lot of y'all.
Hi.
Hey, P. Okay. Hold on. One more sub in here. And it's a bunch of y'all in here that are subs. So just keep hanging out if you're a sub. I promise I'm going to accept you at some point. Oh my gosh. Hold on, y'all. Sorry. Real quick. Okay. Okay, this time we will go top down if that works. So, Tata, we will start with you and your thoughts. Every sub always gets 5 minutes to share their thoughts. Hey, Shayla.
So basically, can y'all hear me?
Yes, Tata, we
Oh,
can hear you. Go ahead
good,
and
because I'm outside charging my car, so I wanted to make sure.
you are totally fine. Yes, go ahead and share your thoughts, my friend. I'm gonna step away, but keep talking.
So I have been crying. I've been crying all day, and I'm so fucking angry. Because I have been feeling the way I'm feeling about Ace, but then I feel like I've been being gaslit into changing my point of view. Right from the beginning, I thought when they got at the villa and he had his live and Shelly got on the phone and she called him and she said, I'm just calling you to let you know I made it, whatever. It instantly triggered something in me and I was just like, why do I feel this way? Because I feel like something about that ain't right? Then the next thing I'm thinking, where I was another live and they were saying how I think Gigi was there when I was saying how the one thing serial killers have in common is their charisma and their performativeness, and people never see it coming. And people got on my ass because I'm comparing Ace to serial killers. I'm like, again, why am I feeling so strongly about Ace and I can't put my finger on it, right? When he said it's not his fault that people listen to what he has to say, I thought, imagine if Hitler said, and I'm like, damn, why am I feeling so strongly about the way Ace, like, why do I feel this way and I can't put my finger on it? And then last night I had a conversation with my cousin about Ace give me the pastor, like the really good pastor vibe, the fraud pastor. Because I told my sister, I have a feeling that Shelly is being duped and it's already too late for Shelly, and I would not be surprised if Shelly comes out in 10 years with a memoir about surviving Ace. And I know that Ace said that he's never had a girlfriend, but I would not be shocked if there is a woman out there who's terrified to come up and talk about her surviving Ace. And I said in the villa, I said, Ace never got the villain edit because Ace showed characteristics that are typically praised in a man. And the reason why Ace is not getting all the love that he thought he was going to get is because Ace is a Negro. And Ace failed to realize that he was a black man. No matter how much he was being like every other man, he's still black. And if we remember back from the beginning when production had to hop and skip and jump trying to fix things, was because of the way Ace was moving. And Ace played with these people's pockets. So for him to think he was going to go to that reunion and think he was going to get a redemption arc blows my fucking mind, because they're not going to let your black ass step out of line. And Ace stepped completely out of line. He did too much. He went past what they allowed him to do. And they couldn't ring him in, which is why they humiliated him and Shelly in that challenge where they had to step down, whatever the hell you call it, the burst your bubble challenge. So out of Ace's anger, because he went in to be their puppet, and then they didn't like the way he moved because he got out of line, so they tried to rein him in by humiliating him. So the first thing he does is hurting this white man that he thinks that we like because he's white, and we don't like Nick because Nick is white. We like Nick because of Nick's integrity. So he's thinking he's going to hurt this white man, and he doesn't care what cost. He never cared about Olandria. And I said it last night, I don't like the way Taylor dressed Olandria as that's my dog. And Ace did the same thing. Something about her just feel like they can say she's pretty and she's smart, but they do not see Olandria as worthy, which is why it is so normal for him to not even realize what the fuck he did today and what that means for Alandria and as well as Shelly, which is another dark-skinned black woman. Because I said it before, now I'm gonna say it again, Ace wanted Huda. He couldn't get with Huda because Huda's fucking crazy and he couldn't control Huda. But he can control Shelly because Shelly, while Shelly comes up as this cool girl who's in control, she's not really in control of the situation. Ace is. And every time Shelly speaks, you hear Ace. Shelly is a lot like Sierra when it comes to going with the flow and playing it cool, but acting like and thinking because of the way they speak, we think they're in control, but someone else is controlling them. I hate to give Shelly smoke is what Ace did, but at some point, 1 + 1 is it has to start equaling 2. And I'm sick and tired of trying to find a way to give Ace and Shelly grace. I'm so sick of it. I've been crying all day now. I'm just ready to be fucking angry. I'm pissed off.
I appreciate you making space for all your emotions, Tata. Somebody said, you're funny, but I need this clipped and posted, Kalista. Somebody said, Ace is a light-skinned man from LA, and I've said that. I've said that in here before. I grew up in Los Angeles. I'm a light-skinned black woman. I said he acts like an LA man. That's how he moves. And it is what it is. Miriam, will you please go ahead and share your thoughts?
Am I on?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, first, thank you for allowing me to be here, and it's going to be short and sweet for me. I agree with Theta and Jules, but I had this feeling the week that Nick, the winners, the last 4 came back from Fiji. That first week, and Nicolandria's star was shining so bright. I told my Love Island friend, I said, this is going to be a problem. It's going to be some lost friendships. It's going to be some envy and jealousy going on here. And this is not going to bode well. And as far as like Ace and what he was saying today, I'm not going to say that he was lying about everything. We don't know what's true or what's not. He can tell us that, oh, we have these producer influences and whatnot, but there were situations that I watched on the show that made me give him the side eye. And the biggest one was when he was advocating for Coco when they was trying to let Alandria go. And when I saw that, I was kind of like, I'm off you now. I'm cool on you now. And that's basically all I have to say. The other thing is also, if Nick offended Ace, if you guys were so cool and if you were so tight in the villa, if you guys are like that, when Ace was put off the show and Nick was like, hey, you're an eagle flying. I thought we were going to fly together. That whole conversation, for you to have that kind of conversation, you could not go back to Nick and say, hey, I had an issue with this. I don't understand it and I don't get it. And that's all I have to say.
I appreciate you sharing your thoughts, Miriam. I agree with that. I feel like, again, and I know I've said y'all are so sick of me saying this, but it's the truth. Thank you so much for subscribing, Athena. That ultimately this goes back to emotional maturity, right? Y'all didn't like it when I said it, but it's okay. I told y'all in the villa that I watched Shelly do a lot of the emotional lifting when it came to her and Ace's disagreement. And I said, that was something that was going to be like, if they don't get a handle on that is going to lead to resentment. It's going to lead to potential like burnout on her part, right? And so that's something they really need to pay attention to. And people they still be in my comments 40 days and 40 motherfucking nights telling me how I didn't see the conversations that they had offline because production didn't show it. And then he got in this podcast. It's okay, C. Washington. See why she said, I thought you was wrong. I apologize. He got in this podcast and told us, she put me through the ringer for 7 days. Y'all didn't see me smile for 4 episodes because what happened on that 4th episode? She made breakfast on the dock. And it wasn't until she did the lifting that they were able to move forward. So in this situation with Nick, he doesn't have the skills to pick up the phone because I'm hurt and demonstrate emotional maturity and have a conversation. He doesn't. And a lot of that has to do with his age. Y'all, I'm sorry. It is what it is. It is what it is. And the reason why he said the things that he said on this podcast without thinking about any of the repercussions and who else it was going to impact is because one of y'all put it in here. What you're suspicious about, I would never diagnose, but that is what I would be the most curious about. But a lot of the reason why he's not able to do that, right? He can think about those decisions is because oh God, Angel, you are obsessed. Obsessed. You keep coming in like under different accounts. Let me just block you completely. It's because his frontal lobe is not developed. He quite literally cannot think it through all the way to the end and consider the consequences of his actions. But people were on my ass because I said that but he's so mature. I won't say it out loud, AB. He's so mature. Yeah, he's mature for a 22-year-old, now 23. He's mature for that. But I don't give a fuck what y'all, I don't give a fuck. It's not done. And so he's literally saying things and cannot think it all the way through of, who is this going to impact? Yeah, I can't say it because of my license. I can't, but I would say that is what I would be suspicious about. Okay. So again, y'all, it's not about, we just hate Ace, because I've also said, I think he has a real ability to take in feedback and to potentially grow. I truly do believe that he has that ability, but he needs to go talk to somebody. He needs to go talk to somebody, okay? So that he can see the things where he needs to grow so that he can mature in those areas. But all of that emotional immaturity, that frontal lobe not being fully done and developed is why we're seeing him now move how he's moving in relationship to Nick and the strays that Alandria and Shelly have now caught because of it. P, please give us your thoughts.
Hello. I've been crying. This is embarrassing because this is about random strangers
Don't
we
be
don't know at
embarrassed.
all. But my feelings are hurt. Dang, my feelings are hurt. And I've just been crying. First, I cried because of Nick, because, Ace, I first think of Nick. Because, they were so close on the show, Avi. And the way Nick would always, speak well on Ace, oh, I miss Ace. I want to call my boy Ace.
Hold on.
Whoa.
Real quick, P. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I want
Sorry.
No. People are saying, like, why is she crying? And people think it's funny. Let me be so clear that this is not a democracy. I absolutely am a fucking what is happening? Yeah, this is not a democracy. I do what the fuck I want to do over here, okay? So don't be in my comments being crazy, okay? Cuz we don't do that. We don't do that over here. Like Biba said, it is absolutely a dictatorship over here, okay? The reason why she is crying and why you might hear Black women in here cry, and maybe other women because they can empathize and understand. No, not you, Nikki. Somebody else thought it was funny. Not you, Nikki. The reason why is because we're clear that what's happening, to be unprotected by this Black man that's saying that I love you, she's my sister, and P, I'm gonna start your time over. She's my sister. That is an experience that other Black women and other people have had. And so it is going to trigger something in your body, and that is okay. It's okay to feel that. And seeing the hate that then comes at these women because of it, as a Black woman who feels in community, because these are if y'all know anything about Black people, we are very communal. That is going to be painful. It is going to hurt. It's called empathy. And yes, it might be triggering to experiences that you have had on your own as well. And there's nothing wrong with that in this space. Okay? So I know y'all like to be cute behind keyboards and all that shit, but I don't do that over here. Especially not as a therapist. Y'all not about to get in here and try to shame people for having fucking emotions. Don't do that. Don't do that. Okay? All right. Pete, please share your thoughts.
Thank you so much, Tina. But again, I first thought of Nick because him and Ace are so close, and it really hurts because Nick even said weeks ago, almost 3-4 weeks ago, that he would call Ace and then Ace wouldn't pick up, and he was so genial about it, oh, he's probably really busy, you know what I mean? And so I was really sad, and I was shocked, and I was hurt because that just mean he just basically blew up core 4, and I love both Shelly, Landry, Nick, and Ace. You know what I mean? I've been defending Ace 10 toes down. You know what I mean? Because I clocked the hate and the critiques to Ace as racism, at least to me. Because I watched the show after seeing people's takes, and I was like, I don't really see that. To me, it was really important for me to support Ace because the way he handled himself with Amaya, in the sense that he was stating his boundaries, to me that was so important and special, because men, especially Black men, are not taught to have boundaries. They're bucks. They're sex objects that can be touched on regardless of whatever they're feeling. You know what I mean? Because they're always hypersexual. They're always wanting to get it on. You know what I mean? They're always and so to me it was very important for me to defend Ace against the cruel and bullying allegations that about Amaya and whatnot. And this doesn't necessarily negate how I felt about Ace before, because I don't know how to explain this. All the defense I did for Ace, I'm not taking that back, because I still do feel justified in what I said about him. But I'm definitely going to reevaluate him in a different light, and this hurts me because I am so deeply disappointed as a human, not even as a Black person, as a human, because this is cruel. This was a cruel act to do to these two people. You know what I mean? Even if I wasn't like a Nicolandrian, right? This is incredibly cruel. If I learned all the lore and everything, because to me at least, Ace doesn't gain anything from this. He absolutely gains nothing. Actually, he loses a lot more than he would gain from this. You know what I mean? Especially if he's jealous. Even to me, I understand his feelings. Like it makes sense. Like the emotional train of thought to me makes sense, but just because your emotions make sense doesn't mean that they're valid. And to me, what really frustrates me is that a lot of the things that he talked about concerning like his inner circle, you know what I mean? Those were private things to be discussed. You know what I mean? Especially, and it was petty. It was petty and it was cruel, backhanded, and it was childish to me. Like this whole thing just reminds me of like a college group breaking up over some miscommunication and bullshit because somebody didn't want to pick up the phone. Nick Big trying to reach out. He doesn't want to pick up the phone, but he can pick up the phone for Brian, a man he barely knows, within the context of Love Island. That's crazy to me. That's crazy to me. You know what I mean? And you know, and then I was angry, and then I thought about Olandria because I was like, dude, how can you say you love Olandria and then you're dissing her man? You know what I mean? Or especially since like she's like your girl's bestie. And I got so angry and sad again because, damn, nobody ever considers Olandria. I'm sorry I'm crying, but like, it's consistent. It's really consistent. It's almost pathological. I don't get it. I, I mean, I understand why. I understand all like the sociological, reasons as to why, but like, it doesn't. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know why her specifically. It just doesn't make sense. And honestly, usually I'm more compiled and straightforward with my thoughts, but I am disgusted by Ace. This really hurts. And I was also thinking about like Nick's ADHD. Rejection sensitivity is a real thing.
It is.
Again, I got ADHD too. I can't imagine. Oh my god. I can't imagine how he's feeling right now, especially since, you know, at least from what we know, Nick's family really liked Ace. You know what I mean? So, it's so hard making friends and feeling like you're understood by people. And so, when you're thinking your friendship is this way, and then the supposed friend goes on and talks behind your back about your relationship, that's fucking insane. And it's so cruel. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Thank you, P, for your thoughts. I know someone said, that thank you mods for just blocking the folks that are in here being weirdos.
Sorry, let me clarify. I'm only crying because I'm an empathetic human being. God forbid I have feelings, you know what I mean? And it's not even like, oh, I'm being super parasocial. Do you not cry when a child is crying?
No,
Do
no,
you
no,
have
no,
to know
no,
the
no, no.
child?
Don't explain yourself for crying. Don't apologize for crying. Don't do that.
I know, I'm sure. I'm sorry. I'm not even mad. I'm just like,
Please.
guys, be for real. This is an emotional event. We all watched the show. The whole point of the show is to low key lock in parasocially. Of course people are crying. It's not just me, it's everyone else. I'm sorry. I'm
You're
just
okay.
sorry.
P. The people that are like loyal viewers in here that be in here rocking with us, they know the real. They know how we do in this live. I will say that like someone said like Nick is not an extension of Alandria, but Alandria has actually said something explicitly different than that. Alandria has said when y'all come for him, you come for me, and that's painful for her, right? And yeah, this is a very courageous space in here. I will say it's not safe. The only reason why I don't use safe is because I might have to get in your ass. Y'all keep playing in these comments. I will get in your ass. I don't care because I don't know you. Because you're right. We don't know each other. Okay. So you can get it in these comments too. Okay. But do not come in here being weirdos about people having empathy and having feelings. Okay. I also cried when Shelly and Ace went home. I cried because it wasn't about fucking Shelly and Ace going home. It was about the fact that I knew what motivated that vote. And as a Black person in America, as a Black person in the United States who walks through this world every day as a fucking Black person, I know what that's like. Yeah, I cried. I'm sure some of y'all's parents cried when they saw you when you were born as well. We all have tears. Some of y'all's parents cries at how y'all function through life every day, just walking around fucking disappointments all day long. So yes, I cried. Because to me, I knew what that vote meant. That vote was not about we actually don't think that they're a strong couple. That vote was about being aligned with whiteness, and because we were not going to let these confident, strong black folks get to the finals. It was Pepe and Iris meant something to a particular demographic. And that's painful as a black woman to have to watch that shit play out. So yeah, empathy, sadness, because it relates to your life experience. Again, I say all the time in this live, we go deep over here. If you are still in the shallow end of the pool, this is not the live for you. We ain't got no floaties, baby. Sorry. Pepe's actually not Mexican. If y'all gonna try to clock it right. And I want you to know that Mexican is not a race. Oh my God. Get out of my life. Y'all don't know the difference between race, ethnicity, and nationality. This is definitely not the conversation for you. So yeah, people in this live are going to have empathy, and people in this live are going to have experiences that are painful and that they're going to feel that they can relate to, right? Rejection sensitivity dysphoria is a real thing, and he is, Risa. You are correct. So anywho, P, thank you for your thoughts. Thank y'all for the subscriptions. Thank you. I think I just got 3 new subscribers. Arisha, I don't know, some weirdo in here, child. They just be yapping. They don't know, what they talking about. Shayla, and y'all, I promise I will not do any more. I will not do any more disclaimers in here to the weirdos. I know that sometimes people come in and then they share out the live and they're a weirdo. So then we attract more weirdos and then I have to say something. Exactly. Iris, exactly. They don't be knowing a difference, child. They don't be knowing a difference. Hey, Shayla, please share your thoughts. I'm going to step away, y'all, but keep talking. Oh, wait, hold on.
Can y'all hear me?
Now we can.
Girl, I'm over here struggling. Okay, so I just feel like, Ace kept hindering on the fact that, like, oh, I already had a following when I came in here. I wasn't looking for that. I wasn't looking for money. I was looking for love, blah, 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 XYZ. But then he kept circling back to the fact that Nicolandria was such a big thing and how he was almost overwhelmed by it when he came out. And so to me, it's very much giving, like, you thought that because you already had that following that it would just like explode you into this different, he almost felt like he was going to just be that breakout star. And the fact that he wasn't, it literally pains him. Also with the fact that he got what he calls the villain edit, which I don't know if it was so much a villain edit, but yeah, there's that. And then he keeps talking about how, I don't know if it's, well, he didn't say he didn't know if it was real, but he was giving all those weird faces, basically insinuating that he thought that it was fake and talking about how he knows what Olandria's type is. And Nick kept telling him it was purely physical and all this, that, and the third. But he acts like we didn't see them all at Disney together, saying he basically hasn't heard from him and where they stand since the villa, but y'all were all in Disney together.
And beyond that, Nick was on live saying, I've been reaching out to him. He hasn't been answering his phone. So this was something that was building up essentially since he got out the villa and seen how big Nicolandria was. He wanted that for himself, and it hurts him deeply that that did not happen for him. And in the midst of it, you know, of course, unfortunately, because I hate that it keeps happening, Olandria got caught in the crossfire. And I don't know why, but it's like she's like been the sacrificial lamb of this season. And it's just so painful to see. But that's just my take on things.
I appreciate it, Shayla. Thank you so much. Yes, like I agree. I think that and I said this in my last live, I think that he definitely, again, and I'm going to keep saying, he said, how are we going to be Beyonce and Jay-Z? He definitely wants to be a power couple. He definitely came out and could not believe the fandom that Nicolandria had. And I think that there is a part of him that resents the fact that this couple that he thinks is not as real as his couple is getting the level of acclaim that they are getting. He cannot believe it, and he is frustrated by it. And he's been spending all this time attempting to sanitize his image, but did not think it through. Again, because I know part of it is like the brain development stuff, right? But he did not think it through, and then got on this podcast and did what he did, and it has only made it worse. Now, obviously, some people are going to flip to his side just because they love hating on a Black woman, right? And I know people keep saying, oh, but he didn't say anything negative about Alandria. But you have to understand, if somebody was talking shit about my husband, and that they didn't think his intentions were right with me, you don't think Alandria just spent that whole time in the villa being embarrassed by people saying, right, oh, she's so thirsty, she's so this, she's so that. But so by him saying that, he is only furthering that narrative. And he's not stupid enough to not know that. He knows that. And it's a reflection on you. It's a reflection on you. What I would have loved to hear in this interview was, when are you planning to ask Shelly to be your girlfriend? What are the next steps for y'all? What's the thing that you're planning? Like, I want to hear that. And to somebody else, Shrek Khan's point, right? The only people we've heard say, I didn't need the money, I didn't need this, I didn't need da-da-da, is this one and 3D. Exactly. Speedy didn't ask that, but he also didn't have to give life to these other things. This man told us he was very intentional about who he sat down with. He was very intentional about who he sat down with. He answered what he wanted to be asked as well. I need y'all to listen. If y'all think that he didn't have any influence on what was asked when he said that he intentionally sat down with this man, I want y'all to turn them all the way on. He's 23 at this point, Miss Brandy, and I know I've already talked to that several times. But he needs to remember that he's also 23. And so maybe he needs to get somebody to help him with his PR. Tay, please shut the fuck up. I can't even be nice to y'all no more, because y'all just in here being stupid. Oh, God. Exactly. To your point, he sat down with the top Nicolandrian hater, Speedy. Y'all, Ace he was a businessman before he went into, I'm sorry, y'all. Y'all usually know I keep it so cute in here, but it's like, he is an experienced businessman. He knew exactly who the fuck he wanted to sit down with. He watched the whole show. You don't think he been watching the commentary? Y'all are crazy if you think that. You're crazy if you don't think that. This man moves with intention, which is why he never said certain things out of his mouth. He just allowed y'all to have enough room to draw your own conclusions about it, right? Because to the person that's in here, oh, he just said the truth about Nicolandria. He actually didn't say anything about Nicolandria that we didn't already see on the show. But he knows that they don't be clocking up here all the way. Them cylinders don't all be firing. And so he knew he could say just enough and leave enough space where I don't got to say nothing direct, but the ones up here where it don't all run at the same speed, They're going to draw conclusions. I'm sorry, Ebony. And so, yeah, I need y'all to be for real. Be for real. Okay, Nikki, please give us your thoughts.
I am angry, I am hurt, and I am disgusted to watch Olandria. I'm emotional. I'm very emotional right now because I am so sick of watching black men use us as collateral damage for their fucking egos. I got by the influence of other people in other communities when I should have listened to my grown ass age, my grown ass discernment, how I truly felt about Ace. I'm with Gigi. I I could never fully get on board with Ace after watching him not speak up for tell Landria what Taylor said. I knew better. I knew better, but I allowed outside influence to change the course of what my grown ass experience and age has taught me. And to sit back and watch the hate that Alandria especially got and his own woman got. We all know that these men won't get nearly the backlash as these black women will. You put your own fucking woman in fucking the line of fire. You did that. How does it feel, Ace? You did that. And it broke my heart to watch Nick on his Snapchat answering questions. Somebody asked him how he's feeling. He said in the morning, 10 out of 10. Afternoon, 4 out of 10. Had no idea. Ace, you went to a fucking it would be one thing if this motherfucker had done this 2 weeks ago. But you did this 2 days ago. You did this 2 days ago. You were at a birthday party with Olandria. And you stood up on Speedy, the #1 motherfucking Nicolandria hater. You went on his podcast and you want to call Olandria your girl, your friend. But you didn't have the decency to set her aside and say, I'm going on this podcast and I'm going to talk to him and he's going to bring you up. And this is how I feel about your relationship with you and Ace. You're nobody's friend. You're a scammer. You're a scammer, and I clocked it the minute you told Taylor to keep pursuing somebody he wasn't attracted to. Whoever said that he is one of these atheist pastors that swear up and down he loved Jesus, that's who he is. That's who he is. I wouldn't be surprised if he opens a mega church. I wouldn't be surprised. So I'm more disappointed in myself that I allowed myself to be got and that I did not listen to my intuition and stand on that. But that's back because I'm going to say the same thing about Shelly. My intuition about Shelly is that she is not a friend to Alandria. She is not. And I'm going to stand 10 toes down on that now. Because guess what, Shelly? You knew your man was going on that podcast. You knew he was. You knew he was. And you did not tell your girl. Oh, your quote unquote soul sister. But granted, you never said her soul sister. Alandria used that term. You never once said it. So I'm one of these people where I'm sad because I know Nick's discernment because of his age is not there. I know he's blindsided, and so is Alandria. And I just, want them to rise above this, get, come from this, know that they are loved, know that they are supported. But my God, it hurts. It's like daggers in the chest, because how many times have we as Black women stood behind Black men regardless of how they treated her? Nick was right. We give loyalty to people who don't give it in return. That is the story of my motherfucking life. So for those that are in this fucking room that have a problem with women being emotional, or people in general being emotional about this is bigger than just Love Island. This is a microcosm of how Black women have had to move through the world with Black men not protecting us, only feeding their fucking egos. And shout out to the Black men that stand behind their women and love their women down, because that's what I fucking root for. Ace, I can tell, is really into Shelly, but Black love can't stop with just the person you are with. Black love has to extend past your mama, your sister, your aunties. It has to extend past that. My time is up, and thank you.
Thank you, Nikki. As y'all can see, I'm rotating out this crew. I know I have subs in my thing. Again, subs, just re-request if you want to come back up. Nikki is always giving all the tea. I appreciate y'all so much. Miss Bossa, please give us your thoughts, my friend.
Hey y'all. Thank you for letting me join Tina. And I love the community that we have here to kind of like voice our opinions. But we all gonna say the same thing today, just in our own ways. And I had to, for my herbalistic girls, I had to roll a couple to remain calm. So I'm gonna try to add a little comedy to this debacle because I was a DMer, because I couldn't wait until you went live today to express how Baldhead and Mighty Mouse, how I felt like this has been a group chat for a minute. And I cried when Shelly and Ace actually left the villa, because I did feel like that they had a true connection. And I did feel like that they definitely were supposed to move on to the next level, irregardless of where they would have placed after that moment. What I will like to add to hold up on the Leos, because it's not the women, it's not us, okay? It is the men. I confirmed that with my Sagittarius sister. We hate them, we sure do. But I'm a Leo woman and I don't act nothing like Ace, okay? So let's get that together. And I am an August Leo as well. We don't play that, and I would never destroy my friends. I don't care where we are in the relationship. I would never tell their business or destroy them online in a public platform and embarrass them the way that they have chosen to do this subtle thing to Nick and Alandria. And even more, one of my previous sisters did say something that brought another element to it before I get to Taylor and Ace. But there is what we call in the Black community a level of beauty that we would like to have in a standard. And I refer to Alandria as being a beauty model, which, have unique features, gorgeous, striking beauty. And Shelly is known for her being more so a pageant girl beauty or whatever. Typically, the men go for the pageant girl and really don't see the beauty and the outstandingness of a model-less woman unless they're photoed in a sense of what Olandria, or being a presence of someone like her. So they don't understand the reason why Alandria is eating it up right now. And not to, say anything or hinder Shelly for her beauty, because she's very beautiful. But what I will say is Ace has been acting very weird since he even left the villa. He's never liked any posts. He's never shown any support to and it was all due and said because he was taking his break from social media. You know, now Shelly has continued to show support, but I do feel like that he was very strategic in the way that he chose to approach this interview, so he can backpedal and say, well, like you said, I really didn't say that, and no, I really didn't mean it in that fashion, and backpedal like what he saw on the show and what he felt like wasn't standing on business. I felt like that was disgusting. It was petty, and he should have talked to his friend on the back end and let him know what was going on. But for whatever situation, he felt like that he should have been in the spotlight. Jealousy and envy, I felt like played a huge part into this. And to be real, we love Black love, and he just don't understand why Nick is getting the amount of love that he's getting and the support that he's getting from the Black community and Black women. So this was his plot to go ahead and destroy that. Now I only had 50 seconds, so let me get on bald head. I do feel like that he actually did like Olandria, but he was too weak to tell her that he was upset when she kissed somebody like Ace initially in the blindfold challenge, because I didn't kiss anybody and I didn't disrespect her. And Taylor likes to do this embarrassment ritual, and we've seen that with Taylor, and he has taken that to the extreme with Olandria. Every chance he's gotten, he's chosen to embarrass her, which I do feel like that he's chosen to embarrass her, which I do feel like that's the reason why he told Ace that. But he was continuing to play this game and everything of that nature, and now he's sitting there looking, because we've saw him give Olandria the look. You know, we saw him a little backtrack, and we saw that his girlfriend peep the action that he was doing, and everybody can play and say that he's nice to everyone, but the look is the look and the intuition is the intuition. And I feel like that they had a group chat, and this was a plot that was ready to go ahead and unleash, and they did what they had to do. Thank you.
Woo, y'all are eating him up. Okay, y'all are funny calling him the Gerber baby. Like, please, y'all. Please.
That's fucked good.
Please. Okay, I'm gonna bring a whole new panel in. Y'all, I will say this. I saw Gigi just posted that Jeremiah posted on his story and said that he is that he stands with Nick. And if it's one thing I'm gonna be here for, it's not moving with the tide. Even with what's this boy's name? Ace saying, right, that he is close with Jeremiah. Jeremiah's like, yeah, but I saw who was big up in me in that boat. You feel me? Okay, real quick, y'all. I have gotten 5 new subscribers on the live today, so I want to shout out to Confused Vagabond, Jasmine, and Violet. Y'all have been watching for a while. Thank you for subscribing. Athena, you as well. Just subscribe. Thank you so much. I know that y'all be in here rocking with us for a minute, so thank you for joining the community. Okay, it's a bunch of y'all, so I'm gonna have Chris. Hold on, help me real quick. Will you show me who is waiting to like get on in the guest thing? Yeah, just click that. Got it. About 34 of y'all. Hold on. Okay. Leave it open for me. No, go down. Okay, we're gonna do that one. I'm having Chris accept y'all. Hold on, y'all. Oh, and Chris wants to, I know y'all wanted to hear Chris's thoughts, so he's also going to give his thoughts. Hold on real quick, y'all. I'm just trying to bring y'all up. Thank you. Hold on. No, hold on. I'm still bringing people up. Oh, I mean, you could talk while I bring people up. No. Or do you want to wait? Okay. Okay, Gigi, I'll bring you up to do the PSA, and then you'll drop and I can put somebody else in. Sorry, y'all. My screen keeps jumping. I'm trying to... Oh, my God. Be still. Okay. I know, Amina. It's a bunch. It's a bunch. Hold on, y'all. Oh my goodness. Okay, and then I'm gonna bring Gigi up and let Gigi do her quick PSA, and then Chris will share thoughts, and then y'all can hop in. Okay.
Hey y'all, just here with a quick PSA since y'all already heard my mouth earlier. If you're in the chat, you need to be tapping the screens. If you're not keeping it cute, you will go on mute. If you get real ugly, I will be blocky. Might call me Blockarella tonight because my block button does work and it works expeditiously. The panelists who are coming up here are very intelligent. They're using critical thought. They're being very emotional. They're being very brave out here and putting their emotions out here. So if you are in the comments acting a fool, so will I. And I'm sure I got Amina and Shayla in here too. So don't play with us. We will sit up here and we will block you. We will kick you out of this live and you will not see not a nary critical thought ever again. Like I said, some of y'all could have been a pearl necklace. Some of y'all could have been a stiff sock, but instead y'all are in this comment section. So keep it cute or keep it moving. I'm not playing with y'all. While you're at it, tap this screen. No reason with 662 people in here, we shouldn't be at 200K already or surpassing that. We're having great conversations here. I need y'all to tap this screen. Don't wait a minute, Gigi. I'm already pre-therapy, Gigi. Don't play with me tonight, all right? Some children should have been left behind, and clearly they weren't because they up in this comment section. Some of y'all got homework to do because the bell gonna ring in the morning. Y'all gonna miss it. I need y'all to go to bed. Stay out of grown folk business. If you can't understand grown folk talk, I'm gonna need you to go to bed. Okay, so tap this screen. Tina has 2 tiers of subs. If you want to be a sub, go ahead and subscribe. I highly recommend it. Make sure that you look at your tiers. It's cheaper if you buy the longer subscription. So please, let's make sure that she meets her subscription goal. Join the community. There's a Discord. There's going to be a YouTube. There's going to be a book club. If you want the higher tier, I suggest you go ahead and sign up. This is why you also get sub videos. So when you get up in here, you don't act all crazy and act like we don't know what we're talking about because we have great conversations. Again, use your brains. Don't let your fingers run away from you like you like to do when you're home alone with a bottle of lotion. So I need you to get it together, put your thinking caps on, and start thinking. Keep tapping the screen. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gigi. Thank you also for subscribing. Oh, look at y'all hitting the goal. Look at y'all. Yes, I'm trying to get y'all up, y'all, but it's actually so many of you in the queue, and I always prioritize my subscribers first. So please just hang out. I will bring you up, I promise. Okay. Hold on real quick. I gotta put up another person. And I'm trying to bring up my subscribers that haven't been up yet. Okay. Okay, let's go from the top down. Oh, wait, sorry. Sorry, yes, I'm sorry. My bad, Jen. Okay. My bad. Chris's thoughts.
So, I was trying to figure out how to fucking, what was it? Request. I couldn't figure it out, y'all. Like, I'm not.
No, you requested at some point.
No, I know. I figured it out finally. But at some point, I couldn't figure it out because I was boiling. But in any event, first of all, let me say this. I know y'all had got the people together already, but y'all don't piss me off tonight, okay? Don't. I don't want to come in here and act crazy, so don't piss me the fuck off, right? You know what I'm saying? Because one, I'm not gonna let y'all disrespect these black women in here or none of that shit. I'm shutting all that shit down, right? So with that being said, let me say this, y'all. I'm not gonna. Let me just go here first. I want to apologize to all of you women, to all of you black women specifically, about what you had to experience today. I want to apologize that you had to experience yet again another black man showing y'all how much we don't respect y'all, how much we don't show up for y'all, how much we don't value you, how much we don't love you, care for you, take care of you, all of the above, right? Like that shit breaks my heart that yet again here we are with another sorry ass black nigga showing up trash, right? So I apologize to you all that you all had to experience that today, that had to be your day, period, right? Like I can imagine how triggering, how upsetting, how just fucked up that was, right? So I really wanted to come in and say that, you know what I'm saying? Because I think it's right, it's just hella fucked up, and I hate that for y'all on a whole nother level, right? Um I'm just gonna be real with y'all. I didn't watch the interview in its entirety, but I've seen clips here and there. I will say, for me, from my perspective, right, or whatever I gotta say, is that like I knew it was gonna be a shit show when I seen who he was doing the interview with. That dude is a piece of shit too, and he's a problem starter, and he ain't worth shit either. So, but I like I said, I didn't watch it in its entirety. I hate that, you know, um, those women had to experience that attack from him, because that's what I feel like it was. I feel like it was an attack on them. Attack from him, because that's what I feel like it was. I feel like it was an attack on them. You know what I'm saying? As well as Nick. You know, I think it's fucked up that the shit that he is experiencing, and I think it's mostly because I don't even think it's honestly, maybe a little bit because he's white, but a lot of it is because he is actually loving a black woman. Like, let's just be real. We society tells us that we should not love black women, like, period. So I think that is a huge factor in why Nick is getting a lot of the hate and a lot of the shit that he is getting, which I think is bullshit, right? So I hate that. What else? What I was gonna say? I forgot, because I'm kind of pissed off. You know what I'm saying? I'm angry because of hearing all of you talk about your experience, talk about your feelings, talk about your anger, talk about your pain, and some of y'all even crying. And salute to y'all that are willing to even willing to even be vulnerable and share that in this space with us. That's a beautiful thing. I love it. And fuck all those who don't. But yeah, man, I think it's just crazy, and it just has me boiling for y'all. And I hope that in this space and in this time that y'all can experience the love, and y'all can experience how amazing you are as black women, and that you can experience that there are people out there that show up for you. There are people out there that love you and care for you and appreciate you and appreciate how you do show up for it. I would say, for me as a black man, I know that black women show up for us. I know that y'all fight for us. I know that y'all go above and beyond, right? And not only that, but the way that y'all show up in this shitty ass world, right? So I appreciate y'all. You know what I'm saying? Each and every one of y'all, all of y'all that get on this panel, each and every live, and with the wisdom, with the knowledge, with the way that you just have these amazing conversations. I appreciate y'all, all that y'all add to this space as well. Especially not especially, but shout out to some of the ones that I've even had conversation with and connected with. You know what I'm saying? I got nothing but love for y'all. Keep doing y'all's thing. I know there's a few men in here too. Shout out to y'all, because I know that y'all the good ones, and y'all are here. So salute to y'all. And yeah, that's my piece. I'm about to go cook dinner with my kids.
What are y'all making?
Some spaghetti and salmon.
Oh yeah, you told me that. Just kidding.
Yeah. So
Jalen, he doesn't have to pander because he has somebody next to him every night.
Right.
Unlike you in your mother's basement. Okay. All right.
You hate, nigga. you
I don't know. Being emotionally intelligent and being able to have a healthy dose of masculinity that makes space for women to show up and to feel their feels should not be seen as pandering. It's called just being a normal, developmentally appropriate human. Thank you for subscribing, and thank you for blocking him. Thank y'all.
Go share that with your mama. I'm sure she's upstairs somewhere. But all right, I love y'all, and yeah, that's my 2-piece.
He's a good man, Savannah. Okay. Okay, let's go from the bottom up this time. Dictatorship, yes. The one time that we like it. We do need to make the internet more expensive. What it is that they live at home with their parents still, you know what I mean? And so the parents are paying the bills. So, what we need to do is make phones more expensive. I'm gonna figure it out. I'm gonna figure out what we need to do. Okay, Eve, will you please share your thoughts?
Man, the tariffs need to hit the podcast and phone and internet market quickly. First of all, going back to what Nikki said last panel, he always gave me the ick. Always. Didn't know what it was. I feel like I'm still relatively young. I'm 27. So, and I'm in therapy myself, so I'm even learning how to trust myself. But like, there's something about him. I couldn't put my finger on it. Everyone was loving him. I was like, okay, I guess. But this nigga evil. He's mad at people that have height. He's mad at people that have height. When when I watched the full interview, um, and he said, "Oh, Alandra's my dog. We locked in this, that, and the other, yada yada yada." And then you, when he first said that, I was confused because if that's your dog, why didn't you tell Alandria that, hey, Taylor's not feeling you as much, or maybe you and Taylor need to have a talk and see really touch base and see how things are moving, this, that, and the other, and encourage Taylor to be honest with her. And then the same thing goes out here because knowing how Ace is moving, I highly doubt, but again, not trying to be too parasocial, but I highly doubt he spoke to Alangia about his reservations about Nick, if those are really genuine, or if those were just moving in jealousy. And again, the way he was speaking throughout this whole interview, one, he's not a reliable narrator because we already saw in the villa how he himself, along with several other people, but he displayed how he takes what happened and twists it and curves it to fit his own narrative. And second, so when he's talking and like, Nick told me this, and I moved a certain way. Like, I'm the one encouraging everybody to get into it. So I'm like confused why I'm getting all. Sir, you came here an agenda. The scammer allegations are true, and you didn't take other people into consideration, and you moved purely on your emotion, that age is showing, and some other things that I'm not a professional to say that he could also be going on. But it's very apparent that he's insecure about a lot of things, and throughout the entire interview he was hiding behind the guy like, oh, I'm just standing on business, I'm just saying the truth, and if they're mad about it, they can't be mad at the truth. Well, nigga, you are not 5'10", so how much can we really trust your word at this point? You are 5'4" on your best day if you stretch. So when at this point, I don't know how things are gonna go with him and Shelly. Shelly and him high key deserve each other because they move very, very similarly. Minus Shelly doing the emotional weight in their relationship. But again, that's gonna get old very quickly. And now, if you really are my soul sister, Alandria, and like if we're really as close as we are, I see Shelly, you're friends with the men who dogged me out. You're dating the guy that has embarrassed me on a large platform, and you're consistently attending events or at least socializing with a girl who keeps shading me about the guy that we both were interested in, and you got kicked out for first saying a slur. And not even saying a slur, you saying, if say we take out the slur and replace it with Asian, that's still bad. That's still bad. So your company is people that do not value me as a human. So how much can I value your friendship? Someone said it in the last panel. And I can relate to her, that she's loyal to people that don't show her that same loyalty. Because even for me, I'm still working on this myself. Like, oh, they treat me like X, but they're still my friend. I don't like when they did this, but they're still my friend. They wouldn't mean it. Keep giving them excuse and grace and over again. And at some point, you're gonna quote unquote crash out like she did to Taylor, because you get sick of it. And at this point, 6 weeks, I'm getting racist comments from this person who I thought was my friend, who didn't stick up for me after I asked him to. And now the circle that I thought I had, my village that I thought I had, is non-existent. That's so heartbreaking. Who can I turn to? Who can I turn to? And if she does still value some word of Ace, can I trust Nick? Can I trust that what's been going on is true? Like, is he really attracted me? I've gone through this in the villa before. So how, like, where do I stand? So it's really hard. It's really, 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 really hurtful. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for sharing your thoughts. Y'all, I muted them again. And if they come back in here being weird again, I'm just going to block them. But that way they can, but they're staying in the live. That's what's so concerning, right? It's like you're staying in the live. Y'all are weird. Y'all are weird. Anika, please share your thoughts.
Hi, good night, everybody. Right, so I want to first off echo all the sentiments that I've heard before as a Black woman of the African diaspora and one who often admires the community that African Americans have because we really don't have a similar thing in the Caribbean. That's a whole other discussion. To hear the pain and to hear the hurt that I heard was really, really moving for me. So that's the first thing I'm going to say. Now, I'm going to try to make my thing as short as possible. Outside of what everybody else has said, which I agree with, I want people to think of two things, two life lessons. One is if you decide to go scorched earth on anybody or anything, make sure you have a plan for fire retardant, because what Ace did in that interview in going scorched earth because he didn't get the end result that he was hoping for, which was to come out on top and build on the social capital that he already had, because he kept repeating that I didn't go on the show because, looking for hype, because I already had the hype, which is a damn lie. You went on the show to not only look for love, you went on the show to build on the social capital that you had, and it didn't work out that way for you, so you are mad. And you should be mature enough to admit that. But you're not mature enough to admit that, so you decide to go scorched earth. And in order to absolve Taylor from the sins that you encouraged him to participate in ridiculing or humiliating a Black woman, you're talking about influences. The only damn influence that took place was when you told him to stick with her. And you encouraged him to, you were the first one of the first people to encourage Olandria to be voted off. It was Nick who saved her, not you. So you can never, ever, ever, ever be a friend. I saw this guy. I mean, I was willing to step back a bit, but I knew the son of a bitch was a game player from the beginning. I saw all his antics. I saw all the eye contact that he was making with Taylor, and Taylor confirmed that in the Kiki Palmer interview. The last thing I'm going to say, because I don't have much time, is that a woman on the cusp of being 30 years old. Okay, let me roll it back a little bit. There's another life lesson. When you are in close proximity to somebody and you pay attention to all their ways, the way they deal with adversity, the way they deal with happy things, the way they deal with sad things, or the way they treat people who they are mad with, just remember that in your close proximity to them, your turn will come. So a woman on the cusp of 30 years old needs to now sit and consider if she is willing to take that kind of treatment that he meted out today in that interview, because her turn is going to come. I guarantee you that in addition to that cheeky smile and the dimples and the leaning of the head and the closing of the eyes and I'm in love and this is my girlfriend, that he will flip the switch so quickly when they have trouble. And that was why when I looked at the picture, Tina, if you remember some time ago, I spoke about that picture where I saw Shelly's energy very, very differently from Ace's. And I said, he cannot handle Shelly. His inability to possibly handle Shelly in the way that he wants to could result in Shelly experiencing off camera what we witnessed today. And that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Y'all, my panelists just be so lit. If it's your first time in here, welcome in. Because when I tell you that they be in here dropping gems, I'm going to leave Anika up here so y'all can continue to throw gifts at her. Like, it's just, yeah, y'all, I just love the wisdom that comes out of this space. So I'm so grateful for the way that we have crafted and curated this space. Love it, love it, love it. Okay. Sweet Dala D, will you give us your thoughts, please?
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for allowing me to host space with you guys. Thank you, Tina. So I can tell you that Ace, to me, I didn't really find him attractive. And I kept thinking to myself, like, he looks good, but I just never felt any type of attraction for him. But the thing that I clocked the most is that he feels like he's the prize. Because the whole time that him and Shelly were doing just this thing back and forth, he wasn't really trying to make an effort until there was a 6'5", 6'7", 6". I don't know how tall Chris is until he walks in and saying, I know I came in here with Huda, but I am going to still pursue Shelly and I don't care who has a problem with it. He didn't like it because this is someone that's not been around him since day one that he can, I guess I want to say like, I don't want to say manipulate, but would be able to like, somehow control in some type of aspect that he has done before. So he didn't like it. And he wasn't really trying to acknowledge that he really cared about her until he told us that when he realized he liked her was when she did like the s'mores thing for her at the fire for the fire pit. Like she did that for him, which I think is kind of odd because you spend all this time with her, but you haven't really actually pursued her. And to be honest, with that darn smile on his face right now, that screenshot photo, girl, for some reason, I keep getting the thought in my mind, Huda. Like, he looks like Huda, sitting there smiling, thinking like everything's key. Like, I don't like it. And for the fact that Orlandria and Nick having to go through this, I think it's just trials and tribulations that they have to go through to maneuver and to grow from and to build that strong foundation within their relationship. And I think that it's going to be something that will turn into a positivity in their life. And knowing that, you know what, I guess it's going to be you, me against the world kind of thing. Even though, you know, we are trying to at go at it at our own pace. It feels like the world is rushing us to do what we need to do when that's not something that we ought to do. And I love that they are on the same page. And hearing today on the panel that Nick started off with like feeling 10 out of 10 just to go down to a 4 out of 10, like that hurts my heart because like he is such a good guy and he has only shown the kind of person he is by being that home away from home when he's in the villa. Because if he wasn't on that show, like literally, he made that show. He literally made that show. Like him and Alendria, a clip with her, like when they did the lumberjack thing, or the beaver thing, or whatever. When he came out and she was on his shoulder, that's what drew me to this season. Because I wasn't really watching it. I didn't really care until I saw that. I was like, oh wait a minute, she chocolate and he white. What's going on here? Are they a couple? Come to find out they're not a couple. And it made me intrigued. It made me wonder, like, why aren't they together? And like it made me look up clips, like everything about Nick and Landry. Like I wanted to see more. I wanted to like delve into I wanted to learn more about them. And knowing that both of them had their own character development be the same way, and if that makes sense. I don't know if it's juxtaposition or if it's the other word. I can't remember, but like they had the same path, and they were just in a relationship that they didn't want to be in. And I don't know if someone mentioned that production probably kept them from being together, but I know that someone mentioned that production kept Leah and Miguel from being together. So I feel like it was kind of like that for them too. But they seen how much that the fans and the audience were so drawn to them that they actually was like, you know what? Even though they both got voted off, well, not voted off, but like didn't have a couple at the same time. Like, let's see what we can do with this. And it kind of was just like, I don't know if something like this ever happened in Love Island for them, for something like that happened for them. So like, to me, I feel like this is something that's true and honest, and I feel like they need to find new friends, whether that be hanging out with the PPG or whatever, or just just doing their own thing and finding their own new family, or even going with the people who were sitting there at the reunion saying, I believe that they are a real couple. Like, I can see that. I love their energy. Like, sitting here, seeing this, witnessing this in real time, like, it makes it makes it show like this is real. And I feel bad for Shelly because I don't know what's going on, but Shelly, she's confused right now. That's gonna honestly be her takeaway. If someone was to ask her about why Ace went on that podcast, she's gonna be like, I'm so confused why everyone's like wondering, like, thinking that has something to do with this or this and that. I'm gonna be so confused. So at the end of the day, I think that she really needs to come out and say something, and or she's probably gonna end up breaking up with Ace, because I really don't see that lasting. And he tried to make it seem like, oh, she's gonna be my first and my last girlfriend. Yeah, I'm in love. Boy, you only know her for a few weeks. Like, that's weird. That's weird. You're love bombing. To me, you're love bombing at this point. And then you're also trying to like discredit your own friends. That's weird to me. So at this point, he's doing everything that Hooded did before the reunion, but after. So it's like she knew. She was like, I low key think Hooded knows that Ace wants her, but he's not gonna give her that satisfaction. If you can see that, like, they're both narcissistic. So he's not gonna give her that satisfaction. He's gonna allow her to look crazy. And so at that point, I honestly think that she is more on lines of like seeing that clip and just like smiling on the inside, like he ain't learned nothing from what I did. Like, to me, to be honest, I wonder what Huda thinks of Nicolandria. I wonder if she thinks that they're real,
I don't actually
even
know
though
what she thinks.
after the fact, huh?
I said I don't care what the girl thinks.
True. But it's just one of those things to where like you just don't know what fuels someone to get out of the bed and to do something so drastic. Like, are you trying to, clout chase? Like, that's really what he's trying to do. And and the funny part is, I didn't even know who he was on the show until I realized, like, I put two and two together when he came off the show and he did a live on TikTok. I was like, oh, he's that one guy that be dancing with all those foreign people.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, that's so cool. Now he's
Okay.
just doing stuff that's like uncool. Like, I literally unfollow him as soon as, because I was so happy, like, oh, he's gonna tell all on on the Speedy show. This is gonna be great. I love this. All because I didn't even know about Speedy and all his like Nick Landry and Hagen. Like, I didn't know anything about that. Never seen him or heard of him. But I just like, I saw Ace was gonna be on it. As soon as I saw that first clip about Nick Landry, I was like, you know what? I'm good. Unfollow.
Yeah, I feel that.
It's easy.
Thank you, Sweet Dollar, for your thoughts, y'all. I see y'all in here telling me that what's his name, Speedy went live and he's saying basically that Ace gave him tea offline. I don't give a fuck. Like, because here's my thing. If you really have some bombs to drop, then just fucking say it.
Say it with your chest,
Otherwise,
nigga.
shut the fuck up. Again, for me, it's giving y'all are attempting to use Nick and Alandria as a way to just continue staying relevant. And that's weird. It's weird. Either drop the shit or shut the fuck up. Don't nobody want to hear about, no, I heard some stuff. So what was it? What did you hear? Just say it. Say that shit with your chest, because now I feel like you're lying. Oh, Jules Chris wants to know if you're watching the match. Now I feel like you're lying. You just on here talking to talk. and him being a person that, according to y'all, right? Because I didn't watch a lot of his takes during the season, right? But that has always been Ben is playing right now, right? Ben, right? Yeah, he's playing right now. Being a person that has always been like an Alandria hater. Don't nobody want to hear shit that you're not again, I said to y'all this morning, consider the source. You're not a credible source. To your point, it's giving parasitic. Ev, right? It's like, yeah, he's watching tennis. Like it's giving you're trying to, it's giving vampire. And what's crazy is that you know what's crazy is that it's like you're not gonna, has nobody been watching how favored Olandria has been? On some real shit, even if you not know spiritual, nothing, whatever. Have you not been seeing how favored that girl is? Why would you set yourself up for your own fucking demise? You're setting yourself up for your own fucking demise. Why would you do that? When you literally could have just said nothing. Thank you. Like, oh, Kenya said that Olandria should be a housewife, and Andy said yes. Period. Because half them girls on there, half them women on there ain't married anyway. But we love that. She's going to be so just astronomical, and it's gonna be wild because she don't need to go on there. You know, but the point is she's going to be astronomical, and the motherfuckers that have been choosing, because it's a choice, to speak down on her, to throw shade at her, to cue up the haters and give them, yeah, Nick's restocking is sold out again in an hour today. You're going to not only be left in the dust, but you're going to wonder why my hair falling out my head. I'm promised. I'm telling y'all, Taylor, that spot gonna get bigger way faster than it should. He keep playing with her name. So it's like, I need y'all to just listen. Hey, back up off of her. Ace gonna look up and he gonna be a hunched old man. He gonna be shorter than he is now. You feel me? Like, just relax on her. Athena, go ahead. I'll bring you right back up. Just relax on her. Because again, you don't have to, again, nobody is stupid. Nobody is stupid. You don't have to say Alandria ain't shit when what she already said is you speaking on this, my man. No, I'm just kidding. But you speaking on him is an extension. You're speaking on me. Because again, oh gosh, again, it goes back to what people said about her in the villa. Oh, she's so stupid. She's so this. So when you make suggestions that she doesn't know what she's doing or that she's being duped by this man, you're continuing to feed the narrative. Nobody is dumb. Okay. And they need to chill out because they're going to suffer. And I don't think that they realize how much they're going to suffer. Okay. I know that I have, again, requests in here. I have, let me tell you who I'm bringing up next. Lamika, Twerk, Lena, Danielle, Cheyenne. Oh, wait, why is it adding more people? Shit, y'all, hold on. I'll let y'all know when I'm getting ready to do it. God damn it. All right. Will you please share your thoughts, Seattle? Let me send an invite to turn on the mic. Yes, y'all, to Shayla's point, will y'all please tap the screen? It's so many of us in here. We totally can get to 300K. Okay, Seattle, you're muted and you're not coming off mute. So I'm gonna go to Katney and then Athena, and then I'll try you again. Okay, Katney, will you please share your thoughts?
Hi, I'm very, very frustrated. Uh, like I'm trying to keep my cool. I think I was on here earlier, like yeah, and I was hearing like someone was crying. And oh my god, that brought tears to my eyes. To be honest with you, because of that was so sad. Because of I'm very, very frustrated. Whenever I'm frustrated, I used to bring tears to my eyes because of
Katney, come closer to your mic for us, please, babe.
I didn't.
No, I'm off now. Okay.
Oh, there you are. Okay, Seattle, I'll come back to you after Athena, okay?
Okay.
Thank you, boo. Katney. Can you hear us? Okay, I'm gonna go to Athena, Katney, and then I'll do Seattle, and then I'll come back to you.
Okay, I am so activated that I've been awake since yesterday at 5 p.m. I work at nights. I'm a nurse. I work overnight shift. I was up, I was going to go to sleep, and then this came out, and I was so activated that I went on your comments and I said, Tina, I hope you do a live because I need to talk to somebody about this. And I have been awake ever since. I was on your live at 3 p.m. I took a 2-hour nap after you finished and I came back because I need to let this out. Okay. For the dummies in the comment section saying that Ace didn't say anything about Alandria, that lets me know that y'all are stupid. Y'all are dumb. And you let people play in your face in real life and don't even realize it. That you don't understand when somebody's being racist to you unless they explicitly say the N-word. Y'all are stupid. Ace started by complaining that he got the villain edit, but he pulled the biggest villain move he could have ever done today on his own, unprovoked. So I don't want to ever hear him say anything about a villain edit. He did this shit unprovoked on his own. And it pains me to say, but Charlie and Austin were right about him. Charlie and Austin were right about him. Okay? Huda and Ace, they're the same people. Ace is to the men what Huda is to the women. They're okay with you as long as you're not above them. The second you're above them, they need to bring you down a peg. Jeremiah was a threat to Ace, so he started to slander him and speak on his name. Now Nick is a threat because Nick is popular. So that's what he's turning against Nick. Ace claims to love Olandria like a sister. Guess who else said they love Olandria like a sister, but laid her bare for people to feast on her body like ravens? Huda. They're the same people. They're the same person. If Huda and Ace love Alandria, may this type of love never find me. Because who needs enemies when you have people who love you like Huda and Ace? Who needs enemies? Okay? Who needs enemies? Ace, another way he's like Huda, he is Shelly's biggest op. Every single hate train that started on Shelly in that villa was due to Huda or Ace. Before the Stand on Business challenge, it was because of Ace. He likes competition so much that he is willing to use anybody to make a point. When he pulled Amaya, he didn't want Amaya. He could have just selected Shelly, but he wanted to teach Shelly a lesson. And because he did that, he got into that whole situation with Amaya, and that made America hate him, and in proxy hate Shelly. The heart rate challenge, because Shelly said that she wasn't mad at him or whatever it is, people hated him because they felt like Shelly wasn't putting enough blame on him, and that's another reason people hated Shelly. Not just because she was mad at Huda, because she said she wasn't mad at Ace, even though we know that she really was. But because she said that, that's another reason why people. And the only reason he did that whole thing at the Heart Rate Challenge was to punish Shelly. This nigga is vindictive. He is vindictive and calculated, and everything he has done that has turned the public against Shelly has been. It isn't even like he really wants to do it. He wants to teach Shelly a lesson, and it ends up causing a hate train on Shelly. I don't see this man is going to be her downfall. He honestly, I think there's two things that Ace is mad at. In the reunion, he said he was really upset because people kept acting like he was the only reason that Jeremiah got voted out. Why he said that was because in the Chicks in the Office podcast, Nick said he didn't flat out say he didn't vote Jeremiah out, but he said something should come out during the reunion that should vindicate him, because he was like, I don't understand why Jeremiah is mad at me, blah, blah, blah. That's what he's mad at. That's the first thing that Nick did that pissed Ace off, because he didn't know that they were going to show the Jeremiah dumping at the reunion. So he could no longer pretend this was all a group decision. When that footage aired, it showed explicitly that it was Nick and it was Ace and it was Taylor. And I know Ace and Taylor have been talking about behind Nick's back, because how many times have we seen Taylor be loud and proud talking about, I'm the one who led the Jeremiah vote. I'm the one who led the Jeremiah vote. Because you know that Ace is mad that Nick exonerated himself. So you are taking the lead, talking about like, it's me, so that you can absolve Ace, because you don't want Ace to be guilty. That's the first thing. The second thing that made Ace mad is that, and he said it, he's like, yeah, like, I don't know what's going on. I get out of the villa and Nick and Landry is this big thing. That's what he told himself. That's your problem. You're mad because you thought you were big into the program. And bitch, you're on Nick and Landry's internet. You're on Landry's internet. And you don't like that. That's why you're mad. That's why you're mad. For Ace to insinuate that Nick has an STI, nasty, nasty, nasty work. Nasty, like disgusting. Honestly, really horrific things. Ace also made a comment that he's happy for Alandria, even though he doesn't believe in Nick Alandria and Nick is scamming her, because Alandria got dealt a shitty hand. Alandria got dealt shitty cards. If Alandria got dealt shitty cards, guess who helped shuffle that deck, motherfucker? It was you. You were shuffling the deck of her shitty cards, because you were telling Taylor, and then he wants to come out and say that production was kind of forcing Taylor to stick with Alandria. Mind you, he says that he's a leader. He follows his mind. Nobody can tell him what to do. So then why were you following along with production to help coach Taylor? Because we saw you coaching Taylor. So like, I don't understand. So either you're standing on business and you are a leader, you go with your own thought, or you are a production plan. Like that, there's no two ways about it. There's no two ways about it. For him to say that Brian the scammer is his friend, the scammer who cheated on Amaya, got the 50K and dumped her. Mind you, Brian dumped Amaya. It's not like they mutually. Oh my God, I'm so heated. But you know what? I'm gonna say, Nick Alandria needed for this to happen. I listened to their podcast, the one that came out this morning, and they were saying they hate that people are hating on Taylor, blah blah blah. And I was like, I don't really post about Taylor online, but I was like, damn, I guess I'm just not gonna say anything because I don't want them to feel like that. But I was like, I don't know why they don't see that Taylor is not a good person. Taylor hates Alandria. Like, he hates Alandria. And I'm like, they can't see it. But you know what? This needed to happen. I hate that it happened this way, but they are too kind-hearted and soft-hearted to see the bad in people. So this is the nastiest way for this to happen, but God revealed these people in plain sight. So that the scales have to be falling from their eyes. They need to separate themselves from everybody on this cast, except maybe Jeremiah. I still have faith in Jeremiah. That's it. And then at the end, I'm going to say that Ace probably felt comfortable, because I kept saying, I was like, why would he do this? Even if he didn't give a shit about Landria, why would he do this to Shelly? And I have to believe, and you've heard me say this, Shelly's Haitian like me. I want to defend her, but every day she makes it harder. I am officially off the Shelly train. I'm not going to be bashing her, but I'm not going to defend her ever again. Because all I can think is that Ace felt comfortable doing this because he knows that Shelly doesn't fuck with Alandria like she fucks with her. Like, there's no other way. I cannot. There is no. If Shelly even cared about Alandria to the minimum degree that she, like, I can feel that she does, there's no way he would have done this. There's no way he would have done this. And Shelly's birthday post proved to me what it was. Because when you could have posted even a picture of Alandria, something telling her that you loved her, you didn't. You posted pictures of you and your man at your birthday dinner. So that to me tells me you're drawing a line in the sand. You're staying where you stand. My Haitian sister, the ancestors are ashamed. The ancestors are ashamed. I hope you know that. I hope you know that. I'm so disgusted by these people. I'm so disgusted by these people. I hate that this happened to them, but I hope this is terrible. But I really hope they can be done with everybody in this cast. Everybody, all of them, cut them all out. Everybody except for Jeremiah. They all got to go. And yeah, that's it.
Thank you so much, Athena, for your thoughts. It's Global Africa. Who said? Who are you talking about, babe? Thank you so much, Athena. Seattle, please give us your thoughts, and then Katney, I will come to you.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here. Sorry I got things messed up before. And I just want to say that Gigi scared me. So, I hope I behave well. But one of the things that I did want to say is that I was not, I've not been a Love Island person. I know a little bit about what happened last year, but what happened was that I read something in the New York Times and I was wondering, why is the New York Times writing about this? Because why are they writing about a reality show? And so it's okay, doggy. I started looking, and I think the story this year is interesting for all the reasons that people are mad. You've got the gorgeous white man and the gorgeous black woman, but of course she's not really pretty because she's too dark, and she doesn't think that he can love her because she's from Alabama and she doesn't understand that, and she seems not to consider him to be a Southern man, although he is, and Taylor wasn't. But one of the things that I think is important is that because of all of these interesting dynamics, we're all involved in this. Love Island isn't the world, right? It's a world that we're living in right now, but it's not. It's a world that allows some people to fall in love. It's certainly a world that allows some people to get a certain kind of notoriety so that they can have careers. They were all influencers of some kind anyway. And that's one of the things that can happen. I do think probably most of the cast is angry because of the racial element, because of the sort of fairy tale thing that happened. We saw each other the minute we both got to the villa, and we didn't get together until the end. It has blown up into these billions of views and all of this clear success that's going to happen for this couple. They are in love with each other. It is clear to me. And because Love Island isn't the world, I think they are going to be all right because they have families that support them. And what I think is a shame, but it is reflective of society, is that the black men on this show disrespect black women, and the person who respects black women the most is a white man from Florida who loves this woman to death. She was at Tuskegee, whatever, it was a couple of days ago, talking about the times that she felt alone when she was at school. Had a relationship that she had to keep in a certain box because what was most important to her was being the first high school graduate and the first college graduate, and she wasn't going to mess that up. That was going to be the prize for her. But that when she felt alone, she had to find her way to God and to realize that she had to pull on what was spiritual in her. So I know that it's there. I know that it's in her family. I know that it's in his family. So I think they're going to be fine. I think because it's not the real world, even though it feels like it to all of us at this point, and it's allowed us some opportunities for really important conversations, they can drop those folks. They can go away. Ace can go. Ace was trying to get to 5'10", and his feet are still, he's in the little boy chair. His feet don't really touch the ground. So he will find his space. He avoided press week. Why? Left Shelley out there by herself. And when he decides to do press, he does this mess with this person who's a Nicolandria hater. So that's what I wanted to say, that this is a world that we're inhabiting now. It's one that created this couple, but it's one from which this couple has to emerge on the other side, do all their travel, have their life, do all the stuff that they said they were going to do. And what I believe, until proved differently, is that when Nick said, whatever she wants, I'm going to make certain it happens for her. I think her money is her money. His money is their money. I think they're going to be fine.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Seattle, for sharing your thoughts.
And also, Jeremiah is going to be okay because he doesn't live that far from me. And if he acts up, I'll just go and thump his head, right? So I'm going to have to go. I'm sorry. I've got to go back to work, but I wanted to
Don't
stay
worry.
in and
Thank
share
you.
that. And I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, bye.
Bye-bye.
I appreciate the thoughts. Y'all, I see y'all. Listen, y'all. Y'all can engage with Speedy's live if you want to. We all have free will and we get to make choices. I don't give a fuck about what Speedy has to say. I know her voice was beautiful, Zena. I felt like I was listening to like an elder. Like it just made me feel like at home. Like it sparked something in my body. Y'all can engage with Speedy's live if you want to. I personally don't actually give a fuck about anything that Speedy has to say because at this point now it's just giving even more that you are trying to use it in order to gain like traction. You know what I'm saying? Because in anything that you have to say, you had an hour-long interview. Just say it. Just say it. Why are you dragging it? Because you know that people are going to come to your live to listen. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. It's giving now it's giving even more so like a hit on it's just giving even more so a hit on Olandria and Nick. And I think that is so weird. I think it's so weird. I don't want to hear nothing he has to say. Okay, I'm bringing up more subs. I'm going to start from the bottom up, but Katney, will you give us your thoughts, please?
All right, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. Okay, what I was saying is that I was frustrated, and the last time I was frustrated like this was during like for Love Island, not for real life. For Love Island was during the time that Hoda went on, they call her daddy, and that was the first time I ever came on live, to be honest with you, because I was very, very frustrated on the narrative she pushed, and this is the same thing that Ace is doing now. And I think someone else said it, that Ace is just like Huda, just for the men. You can be my friend, you can do good, I won't tell you to do better, but you cannot do better than me. You can never do better than me. Now you're never supposed to do. Who even told you to do better than me? And in the beginning, I have always looked at Ace like my God. I always trust my God. Every situation. Like my God is just like my dad. So it's like there's a time me and my dad did not trust somebody. Everybody trusted that person. But me and my dad were like thinking we were crazy until that person did something. It validated me and my dad. And this is the only time that the fans of Love Island made me switch off my God feeling for Shelly and Ace, because I was like, okay, let me like them because they also like Nicolandria. But Ace always proves me right. My God is always like looking at me like a dumbass. Like you just come back every time because like those people that you are doubting prove you right every time. What on Wednesday I wrote a lot of things down. Because of I was also Ace is very, very weird for going on somebody that is already a Nicolandra hater. This is a message. This is a message to Nick and Olandra. It's a message that how dare you be bigger than me? Because if you think about it, in the beginning of the season, I started watching this season, to be honest, because of Huda. Because of Honda, sorry. Because of Honda, because of like the drama, now everybody was talking about it, because I've never watched Love Island or anything reality TV. And I said, let me just watch it. I have Peacock for free because I just have Peacock. And then I said, let me watch it. And I watched the thing, exhausted me. But I was hearing about like delusion, like Nicolandria delusion. And I was very intrigued. That was Nicolandria that made me watch this show, just to be looking for crumbs and everything. And before Nicolandra, Shelly was my top girl. But when I was seeing Shelly and Ace move, I switched it to Olandria. But I was still like, I like Shelly. I still like Shelly. Just Ace, I don't like. I don't know why the Ace is still following her around. And the thing really ached. Like, I don't know. Something is weird about them, and something is still weird about them, the two of them. And I know people would be like, "Don't bring Shelly into it." I'm bringing Shelly into this because I'm not going to not trust my God anymore. My God also said the same thing about Shelly, and I ignore my God for Ace, and I'm not going to ignore my God for Shelly too. Shelly is also so weird. How can you be friends with somebody that everybody that have shaded me, you always call them best friends? At this point, yeah, I don't even think you're my best friend. I think it's the point you're shading me because of. I think everybody in that show, let me say, maybe they thought Nick would make it, but I think nobody in that show ever thought. Even Orlandria didn't even think she would be the number one stars. I thought even Orlandria maybe might even think I'll be lucky to be a side character and to come out to all this love and everything, and them handling it very well, handling it like having all these press stores, like brands are very comfortable to put them in the face of everything. Is very frustrating to people in that cast. Like those people in that cast are like, how, like they didn't even do anything just to being themselves. And that cast, most of them came there and was acting. Most of them were acting like in a way that, so they'll be like, oh, is America going to love me if I do this? If America going to love me if I do that? Most of them came there and was acting, and they saw people that were very genuine. And Nick, Nick's one, he's like promiscuous, and they were thinking no one will like that because he's promiscuous and he's also a man. But seeing how America likes him, even though that he's very genuine too, seeing that everybody love him, is like irking the cast. Most people in that cast, I'm not saying it's everyone, most people in that cast really hate that Nicolandria love. And to see that in the end of the season is where most of them were coming out and be like, oh, Nicolandria was real. Nicolandria. The only person in the beginning that was saying Nicolandria was real was Bella Dasha. And I don't even like that girl. The only person that was saying is her that even made the fans really go harder, because it's her that came out the first time and said that they were real. That's the one thing I'll give her. Let me just say this quickly because of what I wrote. And also, in the Ace and Hoda is just the same because of I think the last person was like, how can you be friends? How can your friends that say they love you so much always keep on throwing you under the bus? You know what Orlando is going through in the media right now? Everyone in the media right now is trying to discredit that relationship. And by my answer, I'm Nigerian. Like before I came to America, I know what racism was, but when I came to America, that's when I understood what racism was and how it treats not even black people, like black people mostly, but just mostly on dark-skinned women. And just to see that a white guy was seeing Orlando was like, she's the most beautiful woman I've ever seen in my lifetime. I was very intrigued with that, and seeing that he was loving her openly outside the villa, inside the villa, stood up for her. Like, because of Orlando is very loyal, and I love loyal people because of every loyal person in life. Always they are very loyal, but their loyalty always don't extend back to them. And that's what is with Orlando. The loyalty never extends back to them with everybody. But do you know who showed her that loyalty back? It was always Nick. And that's why I like Nick, not even because he's a white man or anything. It's just because he knows that loyalty never comes back to her, and he gave it back to her every fucking moment. And then I just wish, I know Nick is always standing on the fence, but I just wish Nick and Orlando should just leave, should just forget Love Island ever happened.
Yeah.
Should just be happy that Love Island brought them together and see where the relationship goes. Because I know I'm like, oh, I want them to marry, but I really don't care if they break up tomorrow. I just care that, to be honest, that they got what they wanted from Love Island and they're happy. I just want them to be happy. And that's why I just came here, because of this really made me very sad at how, even as a black man, you're talking about all the racism or everything people face, but still, you don't have the discernment to think that this thing you're going to say is going to bring hate to Orlando. That's what I have to say.
Thank you so much, Kathy, for your thoughts. Thank you. I appreciate you. I agree. It's like the lack of self-reflection is wild. And I do think again that it's gonna speed up that finishing of those relationships. Okay, Lena's been hanging out as a sub in my queue for a really long time. So I'm gonna bring you up. Y'all, I know that it is a ton of y'all. It's like 24 of y'all right now. I know it's a ton of y'all, but a ton of y'all are our subscribers. Y'all, I do prioritize my subscribers coming up. So let me just If you keep hanging out, I will bring you up eventually. But I do prioritize all my subs coming up first. Jabia, thank you so much for the new subscription. And then one more person, and I'm gonna start from the bottom up this time, y'all. Okay, it's Danielle. I think you've been in here the longest. Wait, where'd you go? Okay, there it is. It moves y'all around too, so I can't always tell who's been hanging out the longest. If you're a sub and you've been hanging out and you have not been up here yet, please drop it in the comments so that I can make a note to myself, because it keeps flipping y'all around, so I can't tell who's been hanging out in queue the longest. Okay, you're so welcome. I'm happy to like make a very like courageous, safe space as much as we can. Lazy girl, we ain't see what Speedy said because we don't give a fuck about what Speedy got to say. No shade to you, just to him. But if you want to drop it in the comments, feel free. Okay, Lamika, please give us your thoughts.
So the biggest thing I want to say is that as someone who have dated outside of their race, like being a fetish is your biggest fear. And the fact that he heard her speak on it, and I know he heard her podcast and heard her speak on it and know about her experience of being in the South, and him to say, yeah, it was only physical connection, but nothing romantic. You literally played into that girl's worst fear. You literally played in her face. And the fact that Nick has never said anything negative about this man ever, ever. He always spoke light, love, positivity. He always was there. He was always supporting him. And it's like as soon as Ace left, he went ghost on him. And I can tell it really hurt Nick. It hurt that man's feelings. And he, up until that day, he was still excited. He was still rooting. He was still his big #1 fan. And he was in the comments waiting for that interview to drop. And you didn't even give him a heads up. You didn't call him. You didn't let him know. It could have been a conversation. But for you to talk about this man and shade him throughout the interview the way you did, you never liked him and he never was your friend. You never liked him. He never was your friend. You cannot say that Alandria, you love her, she's like your sister, when you let that man play in her face on national TV. Then you both try to vote her out. And then y'all both try to say, oh yeah, we tried to save you. Make it make sense. And then the fact that Ace said it's not genuine to me when he was clocking it before everybody else that was left was clocking it. Like, he was like, yeah, there's the two people, you never know. Like, he was clocking it the whole time. He was noticing like we was noticing it. So if you're noticing it in the villa, you was praising their relationship and all these other articles, and now since they the biggest thing, they're hotter than fish grease, you want to question their relationship? It gives very much hater, very much little man syndrome, very much I'm bigger than the program when I'm really not, very much gremlin, very much bobblehead, very much bird behavior. And I can't stand for it, and I really did try to like him. I have a problem with light-skinned short men. Usually they're evil. They're evil. They're usually evil. I try to give him a chance. I looked at some of his other stuff. I saw how popular he was, and I was like, well, since he already have a big following, maybe he might not be that bad. Maybe he's probably genuine. This man has cooked the book since he was in the house. He has manipulated. He played on people's feelings. And I hate to agree with men, low key, especially white men. Very much so hate to agree with Austin. But you're making me defend Austin and you're making me agree with him. And on that, you got me fucked up. I can't. You making me agree with Austin. You're making me agree with Austin. You're making me agree with all the other guys because they weren't lying about him. He really was Huda. He was Huda. That's why he did not like Huda. He clocked it. He was looking at himself. Game recognized his game. And she was looking real familiar to him, especially because he was all up and through her pictures.
Are you okay?
I'm good. I'm just on live. You good, baby? That's my manager.
What you mad about?
No, because she know when I talk like this, like I'm hot. And me and her been talking about it all day. And she never liked Ace either. She hated Ace. She hated Ace. She hated his guts. And she said, Mom, now you know I never liked that man. And she had to tell me, I told you so today. Because she said, I don't even know why you gave him a chance. So I had to hear that from her today. So the fact that you made her had to tell me I told you so, I'm definitely hot about that. Like, don't I knew something was wrong with him, but I tried to give it grace because I supported Shelly. But Shelly was never Alandria's friend either. She was never her friend either because there ain't no way that Ace knew that Taylor did not like her and didn't tell Shelly. And then Shelly to continue to encourage the relationship was crazy. And there's no way that you did not know that Nick liked Alandria because you was talking to Taylor and Taylor knew. So this leads me to believe that Taylor, Shelly, Ace, and 404 was in an alliance because they ain't no way y'all didn't know they liked each other. And y'all did everything in y'all power to keep them apart. It makes so much sense. They're all alike.
Okay, Lamika, thank you so much for your thoughts. I know that you're a subscriber. Y'all, subscribers, tell me why TikTok was hating on me because I made y'all a whole video about Shelly after the reunion, and I talked about some of this to the point I had to delete the whole fucking video, and so I got to re-record it for y'all. But I don't disagree with that, Lamika. I don't disagree with that. And to be clear, nobody is saying that what Shelly did in the like that this podcast is Shelly's fault. What we're saying is what I'm saying is right, but what Lamika is saying is that she would not be shocked if they were in an alliance in the villa, right? And if you looked at that vote, it definitely gave that Nick and Alandra didn't know what the fuck was going on, right? And that there was clearly some conversation that was happening behind the scenes because of the way people were moving in the vote that we got to see. Okay, Twerk for Dimes, please give us your thoughts.
Okay. Hi. First, I want to say I love coming on here because you always be spot on. We be thinking the same thing. Like, oh my God. So when I saw that mess this morning, I said, I can't wait till Tina go live. Please hurry up. Please hurry up. Please hurry up. I was at work. I told the kids, be quiet. Do that work so I can listen. But yeah. Yeah, but my family, they don't watch Love Island. So I took notes because I have so much that I want to get off my heart. Like, I just don't understand. The first thing is, since being out the villa, Olandria and Nick, but more so Olandria, has time and time again reminded us of who she is, like her character. She has fought so hard to show us who she truly is, like, because she ultimately, to me, got the worst edit out of everybody. I don't care what anybody says, Olandria got the worst edit. And so for people to sit up here and say that she's faking a PR relationship, like, sit back and think about who this girl has tried to show us who she is, show us to be. Do you really think that she's sitting here, that's her character, to sit here and fake a relationship? Like, and she says all the time, like, I think about the things that I do. I think about the choices that I make. So you think that she would sit there and make her parents, her mom, her dad, her siblings go through something like this? Like, that's wild to me. And on the other end, Nick, like, you say that he's faking, or he is this guy that he's not this guy that he's trying to portray himself to be. Look at his mom. Look at his mom. Look at his sister. Like, these people, to me, from what I see, are genuine people even before they came out the villa, before these people knew that all of this stuff was going on. So I just think that's a wild accusation. Ace saying that the people didn't stick up for him, but you took a whole month-long hiatus. You didn't even come out and stick up for your so-called friends. So the audacity of you to tell these people that they should have stuck up for you while you chose to sit back and be a whiny toddler, like, that makes no sense to me. The audacity, you didn't come out and speak up for them either. So make sense to me. And the fact that you had the nerve to tell Jeremiah he was a grown-ass man and he needed to stick up for himself and da-da-da-da-da-da. But in the same breath, you just said that you felt some type of way that Nick didn't stick up for you. Like, let's make that make sense.
Next on my list, Nick and Landry are taking a break. I feel like this would be the worst time for them to take a break. This is what people want. They want them to dim down their light. They want them to shut up. They want them to sit back. And I feel like this is the time they need to put both feet on everybody's neck. Don't step back. Don't go back into hiding. Don't dim your light. Like, you guys need to come out and show them that you are above the program and understand that you have a hive and a nation that is still going to support you regardless. So I really feel like that is my biggest fear, that, they're going to step back and be like, nah, we good. We're going to just go into hiding. Also, this may be a reach, but I feel like Ace hasn't liked Olandria since she said he had breast milk on his lip or whatever she said. He haven't liked her since then. And that's why he sided with Taylor. He sided with, him saying, like, I don't like Olandria, like, me either. Like, I don't like that she, took a stab at my ego. Ever since then, to me, that's been the whole thing with that. Okay, next. Okay, people saying that they need to get new friends. No, they don't. They need to go back to their friends that was running their accounts when they were in the villa. Those are their true friends. We don't need them with PPG. We don't need them with nobody else. You go back to your true friends, the people who truly know you, and y'all mix your friends together and be one happy friend family. And the last thing on my list is my other fear, is that Nick, his not even like a relationship type love, but just like a loyalty type love to O. I really feel like Nick would do something like break this whole thing off for O's peace. And I really don't want them to do, like, I feel like he feels like, this is causing you too much. So I'm just going to kind of like let us go separate ways. And I really hope that doesn't happen. Because I feel like, they were good for each other. And if O didn't find any friend in the villa, it definitely was Nick. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you. Twerking for dimes. Or twerk for dimes. I totally hear why you could believe that, like, that they might take that position. I will say that, like, I know somebody said he's in Florida right now, and I know that she was just at Tuskegee, so she might be still in Alabama. I don't know. Y'all might be watching a little bit closer than me. So hopefully what's happening is that they're with family and they're with people that they trust and people that love them, that can support them and walk them through this and can really tend to them. You know what I mean? Where they will understand that regardless, Ace even talked about, right, which I will give him this, right? He talked about their fierce loyalty that they had to each other. So hopefully what happens is that it helps them to just really lock in around, like, whatever happens between us, I'm always going to ride for you. You're always going to ride for me because, like, you're and this is why I told y'all, right? I don't know why I didn't say this until right now, but this is why I told y'all, right? That their basis of friendship is what would help to sustain them when shit gets hard, right? So hopefully what they do is they lean into that friendship, and that helps them to just keep themselves level-headed while also having the support of their family and stuff. And so hopefully that's what happens, is that they lean into that. But I totally get that. Nick's sister made a TikTok. What did she say? Tell us what our president said.
Be asking for the fade from
right.
Somebody.
Chris said she needs to be asking for the fade. What did she say? Wait, Lena, you got kicked down? Lena, request again and I'll bring you back up, babe, because I know you was in that queue for a long time. I know that Alandria made a tweet and she said, child, anyway, like, whatever they be on. Okay, period. So they letting us know, what they're letting us know is we on the same motherfucking page. Ain't nothing changed but the motherfucking weather, okay? Ain't nobody on that shit. Don't give a fuck. Okay, sorry. Okay, Cheyenne, please give us your thoughts.
Hi, everybody. First, I just want to say this is like I always see her live whenever I pass on my For You page, but this is like the first time I really sat down and I listened in here. And I'm actually like right behind Alandria in age, and I'm 26. So I can relate a lot to what she, says, and like how she grew up, and how she holds herself, because my parents raised me very, very similar. And so a lot of this, like, and also listening to what a lot of the older women on here say, like, it really reminds me of like a lot of the things that she says. So I think my main thing that I really want to say, and it's just so funny that it just wound up being that y'all brought up her tweet that she just said earlier when she said, "Child, anyway, my event at Tuskegee went well." And I think that speaks to her character and what she spends her time outside the villa doing. Olandria, instead of sitting on, dishing podcasts, talking down about other islanders, and, not really being positive, She's actually going back to her HBCU where there are a lot of young Black educated students and pouring back into them about how they're smart, about how they're gifted, about how they're good people, and, continuing on and how they're going to wind up doing great in the world. When Ace decided to spend his time sitting on a podcast with the guy that obviously doesn't even really go with Black men, with Black men, more Black women. Speedy, I saw his stuff so many times and I was like, dang, like, bro, do you even like Black people? And you Black too. So I'm like, what's going on right now? I don't really know what's going on with you. But I feel like that was like my main thing for Ace for a large portion of the time, because I did see him before he came into the villa. And I always questioned his character. The moment he came in there and they disclosed him and Shelly that they knew each other before, because I said, I don't like it. I think what everyone this season tried to do is bite off of season 6. That's the main thing. I think the best thing that Love Island has ever done was bring people in who were normal people. Serena, Janae, everyone like them, they were normal people. Normal. They weren't these clout chasing influencers that were trying to do it. In this season, the normal person was Alandria. And I think that that's why we all gravitate towards her so much, because like she says, she's a real ass bitch. Like, for real. She went to an HBCU. She grew up with a single Black mom. Her Black mom told her, yeah, you're going to sit up and you're going to have these etiquette classes and you're going to hold yourself well in the world because you're going to get judged even when you don't even open your mouth. And I feel like that's why I look at her so much. And I think that's why she has such a positive attitude. And I really pray, and I know that she has a great support system, but I really pray that none of this ever breaks her. Honestly, whether she's with Nick or she's not, she's going to succeed in life. And I think that that's why I have so many of these Islanders triggered, is because she's doing what they want to do. She doesn't have to be doing all this extra. Well, they said this in the villa. Well, they said that in the villa. She, every time somebody gets on the podcast, they ask her, girl, oh my God, we just love you. You just sit here and talk. And she's like, yeah, while they have to go sit and talk about everybody else in the world. So that was really all I just wanted to say, because I think that this whole situation just talks about character, how people are raised, and how about who they are as a people, and how people are envious of what they can't achieve on their own. And that's really unfortunate, honestly. But I'm Alandria's biggest fan right there, girl. I love her down like that. That person right there, she low-key reminds me of Serena and Janae. Like, she don't care what nobody say. She's gonna be her. But the last thing that I did want to say is, I do hope and I do pray that the situation doesn't sort of begin the cycle that Serena went through. I have been watching Beyond the Villa, and Serena, for the last couple of episodes, she's been saying she has a lot of anxiety. She doesn't even feel like she can post anymore, anything like that, because it's just so stressful because people are going to comment about every single thing. And I really hope that that doesn't happen with Olandria, because you can tell that she's a very genuine person and she is a normal person before. And I really pray that that happens after. But yeah, that was it. I love y'all. Y'all seem so cool and I'm going to hang around more. But that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you so much for joining our community. Welcome in. Yes, we keep it very cute over here. So I'm so glad that you're here. Y'all, stop lying in the chat. That man still follows Ace. I just checked. He is still following him, okay? He's booked and busy. He about to be at work if he's not at work already, y'all. So, don't start spreading rumors. We'll wait to see. And ultimately, a follow doesn't mean that the relationship hasn't disintegrated. Just give it time, y'all. Give it time. Oh, Ella posted Viva, but I went to his Instagram and he's still following him. Maybe he follows him. Maybe he unfollowed him somewhere else. Maybe he unfollowed. There are multiple. Jules said Big Ben locked in.
Yes.
Maybe he's like unfollow him on other platforms. There are multiple platforms. Hi Neltech, thank you so much. Thank you for being here. Okay, I do have one more round of subs coming up, and then I have like fans and everybody else. Y'all can come up after this. Danielle, will you please give us your thoughts?
Hi, can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So this is my first like live and first time like speaking on a live. So like if y'all can't hear me, just let me know. So I didn't really watch the season of Love Island because I watched previous seasons and I was just heartbroken every single time. I was like, I can't do this. I cannot do this to myself. So, like, watching the clips of everything that has happened with this season and just seeing how Olandra has been treated, not just in the villa, but outside of it, I'm just like, oh yeah, I shouldn't have watched this because I might be riding that Dawn for Olandria because this is just ridiculous. But what it solidified for me was what I've noticed over the past 5 years. Just a bunch of men, specifically a certain demographic of black men, that are just dogpiling on women. Single mama this, baby mama that. Oh, you got standards, you don't deserve it because you just a black blooded da 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 da. And it's just like damn, like a black woman can't even have standards, especially when you a woman that looks like Olandria. She get to have whatever standards she want, especially when she looks like that and she has the character. She's not like one of these like grimy women. Like she's damn near a unicorn, beautiful and has good character, and she's smart. She get to have whatever she want, but because she's a black woman, everybody want to dogpile on her. And I want to be clear when I say that I know that not all black men are like that because I have good black men in my life who support me. So I can in a way understand Landria because we have similar stories. A beautiful black woman that has good family, good support system. She knows who she is and she's confident. So I fully understand where she's coming from. To address Ace, I'm not going to spend too much time on him because he, again, is a culmination of what I have seen over the past 5 years. A bunch of black men who are dogpiling on black women because they just want to give views. They just want to rage bait, or it's all ego. Oh, well, blah blah blah. Black women is this and that, and it's just like, baby, that you come from a black woman. Your mother is black, so because if somebody sat up here and called your mama everything but a child of God, you probably jump on them if you like your mama. So if you like your mama, but you dogpiling on black women, I have to assume that you doing this for money. And the fact that you got a dogpile on a demographic of people that you come from as a black man, you don't care about yourself. And most importantly, I can't take you seriously. So I'm gonna say this to Ace: go play with your mama, and if your mama got some sense about herself, I hope she slapped the shit out of you for not only being stupid, but also fucking up a bag behind your ego.
Clock it. Clock it. What's that? I don't know if y'all listen to Meg the Stallion, but she got that one song with that one. I
I
don't
have
know
one more thing.
but that one creator, and it's more of like a rock song or whatever. And yeah, yeah, slap him, slap
I
him.
ha- yeah, I have
He's
one more
like,
thing though.
oh yeah. Go ahead,
Um,
Danielle.
yeah, sorry about that.
No, don't be.
And for Nick and Olandria, first of all, Nick don't deserve that. That he seems really nice, and the way that he like supports Olandria and the fact that his family is involved on national TV and on social media, I'm just like, if this is a scam, I don't think they know how to scam because why y'all are investing all this money in this girl. You're supporting her. You got the sister being the president of the fan club. Like, if this is a scam, it's a damn good scam, and it might be the only one that I support because she's getting everything. And Nick, he seems to have his family seems to be smart and they have a good head on their shoulders. So I'm sure they'll be okay. Now, obviously, I hope that they stay together because that would be the biggest fuck you to everybody. Like, yeah, this white man, this seemingly top tier white man, chose me, a stunningly beautiful dark skinned black woman with damn good character. That would be amazing. But like everybody else said previously, Olandria is gonna be fine. That girl is favored. She is smart. She is surrounded by people who love her, who stand by her and support her in probably any and everything that she does. That girl could probably commit murder right now. They'd still support her. But ultimately, I wish them the best. And I want every black woman here that is, on the panel and on this live right now. I hope you know that you are loved, you are honorable, you are beautiful, you are gracious, you are capable of anything that you put your mind to. Anything, any dreams you have, any blessings you want, God has his hands on you, and you will get everything that you need and deserve. Y'all have a good night. Bye.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Danielle. Thank you so much. Yes, y'all, I got tired of looking at his face. And then as Danielle was just speaking, I just felt like we needed something different. And I'll say this too. Good night, K Boogie. I've been on here for a minute. Um, shit. Yeah. All of that. All of that, yes. Um, yeah, she needs to just be up here for a moment. We need to just like sit and bask in that because whoo, palate cleanse, you know what I mean? Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts, Danielle. And to someone else's point, like he's getting her to a bag. And so at this point, if it's a scam, whatever. I don't care. But I feel like at this point, it's about to be instead of a scheme that Todd set up, it's about to be a scheme that Ace set up. You know what I mean? Like he's getting on my nerves at this point with the shit. You feel me? But okay, go ahead, Jubia. Share your thoughts, friend.
Hi, this is my first time on the live, and I'm very, very excited to be here. All of these women are incredibly intelligent, and I've loved listening. I do have to say, yeah, I'm so glad that Ace's face is no longer up there because I'm not even kidding. When I speak about the fact that when I started watching this season of Love Island, I literally felt it spiritually that I was not going to like Ace. And I didn't know why, and I couldn't tell why. And I felt like I was maybe making a harsh judgment because he's a short man and he's a light skin who has like tons of tattoos and he has this massive presence online. So I was making assumptions. But those assumptions proved to be right because I definitely see him as a person who went onto the villa to get social clout. And because he didn't get it, he is bitter. He's mad, he's upset, and he's throwing his toys like the child he is. And I think for me, that is such a real problem, specifically when he brings in people who treat him like a friend. And that says a lot about his character. And for me, the biggest thing as well is that I also was like a massive Shelly fan. I loved Shelly down. But I realized that if Shelly was going to be in a relationship with a man who we had seen, even in the villa, had very bad ways of speaking about women and to women, but we all were like, okay, you know what? We'll take it. It's fine. But I think that also says a lot about Shelly because you are who you choose to spend most of your time with. That says a lot about you as well. So we cannot not, question Shelly alongside Ace. Not that this moment right now is not about Ace. Yes, Ace will get all of his lashings. He deserves every single one of them because this is his thing. He brought this up. He brought this on himself. Firstly, going on to Speedy's podcast is a problem in the first place. Nobody even wanted to see that. He could have gone to someone more balanced, more reputable, somebody who, sorry, I'm like jumping all over the place. Somebody who would have been a better interviewer, somebody less biased, I guess. And also another thing is like, I don't value the fact that in the interview he was speaking about how, oh, I respect Elandria. No, you don't. Because if you respected her, you wouldn't be on here talking about this. In fact, you would have sat her down and had a conversation with her and been like, you know what? I don't know about Nick's intentions. This is how I feel. That's friendship, not what you're doing. And you were trying to do a gotcha on this, but you were trying to have your moment where you're going to be like, oh, well, I don't really know. And he made it so dramatic to almost kind of like get that clip. And we see that. And I know that for a fact. You were trying to big it up so that you could have a moment, a viral moment, and people could be speaking about it. And yes, we are here speaking about it, but you won't get the clout that you think you're going to get from it. Nobody's going to support you. Brands are not partnering with you. We haven't seen big brands coming to you. And as someone mentioned, he has Olandria has that Nyx thing selling out every single time they restock it. That's actual influence, not just some clout for a few seconds. So I definitely think that Ace is going to get a rude awakening over time. He needs to be humbled, and this is going to be his humility point moment. Specifically, also because you can even see like he's very hurt. It seems by how people perceived him from the show, and it's like, well, we you can only be hurt so much because this is who you showed us that you were. We saw you for who you are, and now you're making it worse. Like we are even seeing it further that you're not a good person. And for me, like that's the biggest part of this interview where I'm like, you know what? I'm actually good. Like I'm good on you. I don't need to hear from you again. I don't need to see from you again. I didn't follow you in the beginning and I'm not going to follow you now. I know who you are. And I'm perfectly fine with never seeing Ace's face again. Like, I actually don't even want to support him. Like, that's a person who has shown that he is a friend to no one. And even to say that he was a friend to Taylor is a loosely based thing. He's a friend to Taylor because Taylor is not a threat to him. Taylor's not a threat to his fame. Taylor's not a threat to his money because Taylor doesn't have fans. We all hate Taylor. So he is not going to bring he's not gonna say, oh no, I'm not friends with Taylor because Taylor is not like a threat. He doesn't like people who threaten his fame. He doesn't like people who threaten his bag. And that's what we've seen. And for me, and he even did that in the villa. Like he was voting out people for no goddamn reason because they threatened his ability to get to the money. So yeah, I don't know. Ace, that was that was enough for me to know that he's not a good person.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you so much for saying that. Wait, K Boogie, somebody found you on Twitter. Thank you so much for your thoughts, Gia.
Thank
Thank you so
you.
much for being a new subscriber. Welcome into this space. Thank you for being on the panel too.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, y'all. I will say that Jules told me 30 minutes and wrap it up, and he's not wrong. He's not wrong. So Lena, please give us your thoughts. I didn't watch Speedy's live. I don't care what that man has to say.
Okay, hello. This is my first time on your live. I'm excited. I watch you all the time. I'm gonna try to hit my points real quick because I want everybody else to go. I know you want. I know it's like 30 minutes. So first, I want to start with saying this is my first time watching Love Island. Started watching because I saw all the edits of Ace and Shelly, and I thought they were so cute. And I was like, I gotta watch this show. Fell in love with Olandria by like episode 2. Um, and Ace just rubbed me wrong as the episode, like the season went on. I started watching Love Island when it was completely over, so I binge watched to the end. I did not have to wait for anything. And Ace just started rubbing me wrong with the whole Maya situation. Yes, he can have boundaries, but I just felt like truly feel like he didn't have to pick a Maya. Like we all knew he wanted Shelly. He could have picked Shelly and he could have still explored, just like Nick picked Sierra and he still wanted to explore. But like the whole picking the Maya thing and saying, "Oh, well, I didn't want to just go with Shelly because I didn't want everybody to think we was a thing, and I wanted to." You could have still explored with Shelly. I just didn't. I didn't understand that reasoning. So yeah, I just never liked him. But so moving on, I think Olandria just gotta hang with her real friends. You need to know that this is no longer Friendship Island. Leave everybody on that island in the past besides Nick. Nick been there for her since she got out the villa. He's seen how depressed she became, how the racism and the hatred really got to her. And he really stood beside her. And I think that's what actually like allowed the connection to grow stronger because he was the shoulder that she was able to lean on. And I could see that with how she always wanted to like be in this man's skin. It's because he was there for her. He was that comfort and he took her phone. He made sure like that hatred and that racism did not get to her. Despite him having his own, he stood for her. And I just don't like that Ace wanted to bring up the whole romantic thing because it's like that was 2 months ago. You need to look at how he's treated her now. Like you should, someone that was your friend, you should have known. Okay, he said that to me in the villa, but as they're going on now, I see that it has to be a spark. Like the way he's caring for her, and treating her, be something more. So for him to get on Speedy cast and say the things he said, it was just very disgusting. do not think Nick is going to want that friendship back. I think that door is officially closed. The same way he closed the door on Sierra. He didn't like what Sierra said, and what Ace did was 10 times worse than what Sierra did. You insinuated that this man had an STI. You insinuated that he do not like the girl that he is currently with. You insinuated that he is a scammer, which is so ironic because he sat there and said he likes Brian and Brian is so real when Brian was the biggest scammer of the season. So it's just like, how can you even say that? That is crazy. Um, I truly just feel like Taylor and Ace, they don't like Nick. I truly feel like they're just really upset that this white man got the popularity that they wanted. And then Olandria, who's somebody that they do not like, who they feel like is disposable. I truly think they do not think Olandria is desirable and that she deserves what she's getting. And that is why they are mad, especially Ace. Because as you can look at Ace throughout the season, he did all these things for Shelly. And now that we got here, it's like, no, you did all them things for Shelly because you wanted everybody to think, oh, this is romance. He loves Shelly. He wants Shelly bad. And you was hoping that that will push you to the top. And it didn't. It did not push you to the top. So while Huda got all the followers and Amaya became the people's princess and she won the season, Landria really came out on top. And Nick came out on top. And that is why you are mad because you did not expecting that. And it's so messed up because that was your friend. That was somebody that was going on podcast and bigging you up, supporting you, posting you. Everybody, this is my best friend. Telling everybody he's not answering my call, but he's just probably busy. Like he was really waiting for you and you ghosted this man. And then you come out and you completely disrespect him and the person that he is currently with. And that is just so distasteful. Um, And like I said, I watch your lives a lot, and I subscribe to your videos, and I see all the things you say. And I know one thing you touched on is resentment between Shelly and Ace, and I feel like this is the starting point because he did not think about how this is going to backfire. And I feel like this is the starting point right here is when she's going to start resenting that man because he went on that podcast and said them things without thinking about how it's going to affect.
Yeah.
He need to grow. He needs to grow. I don't know. I just think he just really messed up, and I don't know. I didn't this interview. I wanted Ace to when found out about the interview. I was like, oh, I hope he spilled all the beans. I was not expecting him to go on there and disrespect somebody that was truly his friend, and then disrespect somebody that he claims. Oh, I love Olandria. We was just with each other. You did Olandria dirty not one time, not two times, but this is your third time doing that girl dirty. You did it
Mm-mm.
with Taylor. You didn't tell her about Taylor. You try to kick her out for Coco, and then you do this to her. You are not that lady friend, and you need to just accept that you're not her friend. Stop saying you're her friend. Stop saying you love her, and that's points I really wanted to hit on. So thanks for having me up here.
Of
Hopefully, I come up
course.
again. I'd be so nervous to speak, but I really do love your live. So thank you.
Thank you, Lena. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for hopping on the live. It's, I mean, you be watching, right? So, it's safe to come up here. You can pretty much say whatever. We gonna keep it cute in here. So thank you so much for being courageous and coming up.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Bye. Y'all continue. Thank you so much for giving Lena gifts, y'all. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Jamila, share your thoughts, friend.
Hey guys, real quickly, I don't want to stay on here long. First off, whew, this was quite something. I must say, I was taken aback because just yesterday I was trying to find some grace for Ace. Despite what I saw, Ace and Shelly actually, despite what I've seen throughout this season and what I saw once they had to deliberate between who they wanted to get voted off. Um, and I'm not gonna lie, I I am shocked, even though people, including my sister, have warned me that Ace is not a good guy. And I just chose to see that this man was being edited the wrong way. But I see clearly now. And what's saddening to me is just scrolling on TikTok and seeing
the black men and black women stick up for Shelly and Ace solely because they're a black couple and an all black couple, and they think that black women and men who are rooting for Nick and Olandria have some type of complex when it comes to the white man. And I'm like, if y'all are so, I mean, your thinking has to be so low if you think first that's what's going on here, and not the fact of how Nick has treated Olandria when he had nothing to gain from her. Absolutely nothing. But y'all will put these two on a pedestal because you love black love. No matter how many times black love in media and I mean in culture have dogged black women out, they don't care as long as they're true to their people. And I'm like, this is where we have a problem. This is where I mean, I see exactly how we ended up in the country that we have with the president we have, because some of y'all were so stuck in your ways and not willing to learn and grow. And it's really, really, really sad. A couple things that stood out to me when it came to this interview with Speedy. I always watch Speedy as I would go through my during the show and watch as he would comment on Nick and Olandria, and I said, "This man is disgusting. He's so stuck. He's so stuck on it having to be black love, and I wonder why. It's just disgusting to me." And I'm like, "What is their excuse?" Ace sat up there on that and in this podcast and tried to say that he was uncomfortable with Huda in that heart rate challenge. You didn't look uncomfortable to me. You actually looked like you were enjoying it full throttle. You thought you were at the strip club. Let's be honest. You can care less what was going on with Shelly. You just knew that you had to get her back somewhere. You had to enjoy it through and through, no matter how it made Shelly feel. And you said yourself, and it wasn't until you looked over and saw that Shelly was mad did you realize it was a problem. Because to you, it was just a challenge. That was just a challenge. Okay. Right. You expose yourself in that as well. I also want to know, did the editors and the producers make you react to your jumping up and, oh, I see Nick and Landry, they always had a thing, all those stuff you said during the actual season. Did they force feed that to you? Because I thought you were a man that was so independent. You don't like to be told. I understand you wanted to try to shed some of the hate off Taylor, but let's be real. You knew good and well, because if Austin and Charlie and everyone else non-black could pick up on that Taylor didn't like Olandria, you and Shelly for sure did as well. Don't come at me with that crap, because Shelly definitely knew. Just Shelly definitely knew. I'm sorry. Next thing I want to mention, they talking about Shelly and Ace. They do so well. Ace always had money for himself. Blase, blase, blase. Once again, it's the black people who falling for this same I gotta put on a front crap. Everything those two have come out in has been designer head to toe. Ace is sitting on this couch wearing a second pair of Chrome Hearts, what's it? Sweatshirt, Louis Vuitton, drip just like Taylor from head to toe. Because the most important thing to them is their image. Not saying you don't got it like that, but even if you do got it like that, brother, you don't have to show all of it and flaunt it all the time. When have you seen how much clout is Nick and them really getting? They're putting in work. I'm seeing them give back. I'm just so confused. I am so confused, and I'm sitting here and watch black women fight for Ace tooth and nail, as if he would really fight for y'all, because he barely fought for Shelly. Let's be completely honest. So please, like let me know. And the last thing I want to say, as much I said this before, as much as Austin might have rubbed me in his political beliefs, one thing he knows, he got to, just like Jeremiah, he got to know Olandria in that villa, saw her character, and has never faulted from her with that. I don't know really how he feels about Nick, except if Nick was let us. I don't know what he does, but every time, unless I'm wrong, the most recent thing I saw was that he adores Olandria, because at least Olandria was able to look at him as a person. Whether his beliefs, I'm going to have to work on, God's willing, he'll get worked on that. But I just had to get that all out. It was just so sad to see, and to see once again how this is going to divide our people once again. But I'm like, I guess it's not going to be until Ace does something to Shelly that they're going to really see what that relationship really is all about. Because again, that performative behavior that's in our black community on what love is and making those big old grand gestures, they couldn't read that. If it weren't for Shelly coming down to Ace Place, those two would never have gotten past that that hiccup. One of many, because there was many hiccups. Just remember, Shelly got dogged out by Amaya due to what Ace set her up to do. Okay? Because he wanted to explore, he wanted to enjoy himself. Did you watch too, Shelly, when Ace said, let's bring Coco back? Because I want to know what was going to happen there. He made sure to make a big stink about Chris being there. So you two were pulled in both directions, including Huda. Because now I ain't fighting nobody when it comes to Ace wanting Huda. Yeah, go ahead. Say what you want to say. I'm not going to say nothing negative after this, except for in this community. But I'm no longer going to be sitting there defending this man because I see him for who he is. And I'm questioning Shelly at that because I see her in Sierra. I've been seeing her in Sierra. So I'm good. Thank you. I learned my lesson. I'm back on the correct timing. Bye, guys.
Thank you, Jamila. Thank you for coming up. And yes, y'all, this is like a lesson, right? And like when you feel it, trust it. Don't let yourself get confused. You feel me? Just your gut is telling you for a reason, even if you have to get curious as to why. I don't know why, but I feel something. Don't just flip on yourself. Spend a little time with that, spend a little time with that feeling. Amina, please give us your thoughts. I'm gonna let you hang out for a minute, Jamila, because people are gifting you. I wanted you to get all your gifts. Amina, please give us your thoughts, friend.
Okay, I'm gonna try to be concise. I do have ADHD too. But I did try to write my thoughts down. I'm so happy that you changed that picture because that picture was pissing me off. And I had just came in here and said I actually had a good session in therapy today. But because I was like, that motherfucker took them glasses off as soon as they started talking about Nick and Landry. Because I started to watch that interview, then I turned it off because that was pissing me off. Okay, where do I want to start? Also, freaking Speedy. So all that bastard did was post like a 10-second. He went online for like 10 seconds and said, oh, there may be stuff that you don't know that I was told offline. He was so smug. Like, that just gave me a bad feeling in my stomach. I blocked that bitch. I'm so mad. Lord, where do I start? I just said I was going to be concise. Let me look at okay. So first off, integrity, right? Is consistency of character. So if, Lord, Ace has been talking about he's such a real ass, he don't do the internet all this time, then you and Taylor should have stood up and self-dumped. And then y'all, you know what, y'all could have got Landry and be like, you know what, sis, we ain't gonna let you go out like this. Let's get the fuck out of here. And then we gonna blow the internet up and we gonna expose Peacock, baby. Come on now. Y'all could have really did that. How about that? No, because you didn't care. Lying ass. And then y'all both keep saying that y'all didn't need this. We didn't need this. We didn't need this. We didn't need this. Then why didn't y'all leave? If y'all was like, you love Alandria so much, how could you allow her to be treated like that as a black man? Come on, bullshit ass. Oh my God. Both of them. You know what? I was only gonna say the BAN for Taylor, but which is a bitch ass nigga. Ace, you gotta get the label too, because I'm so fucking mad. Like you really. Oh. Okay. Let me see. Lord. Oh yeah, so I wanted the chat to clarify. So they're saying that Speedy's podcast, Shelly's birthday, and Taylor's live was sponsored by Crown Royal. Is that true? Because if that's true,
I know that her birthday and I know that Speedy's podcast were both sponsored by Crown Royal. It actually made me think about Gigi's statement before about how she felt like Shelly was being really pushed into like the urban market. I don't know about Taylor's podcast, but yeah.
Yeah, but and we've been saying this for weeks. Like it does not feel right that only the white men stood up for Alandra this season. And I'm still including Pepe in that. But again, it's like they could have self-dumped. They could have found a way to warn Alandria, and then she could have made the decision. Because I bet you she would have. I mean, she's gonna go far past this image. I mean that that embarrassing image. But it's like if you really had some character, y'all could have self-dumped. But Taylor wanted who the fuck wanted Taylor? who wanted Taylor besides Clark and Alandria? And Alandria just said today in her little New York Times thing that Taylor ain't really her type, but she was so nice. And another thing is like Alandria gonna have to retire one of her friends to travel with her. So because she ain't gonna have no real friends. She can't even trust Shelly at this point. Hold on, I'm getting off my notes. Oh yeah. So I'm not gonna take credit for this. I'm gonna give credit where it's due. There's this other creator I follow. Her name is like I Must Meet Amanda or Amanda Reed. She has two things, and she's always saying like people are saying that black women should stop going on Love Island. She was like, I don't want it to be that way because white women are allowed to go on these shows and catapult themselves to stardom. So production should be better. Everything else should be better. So we shouldn't have to say love, black women stop doing that. And so that's my same point. If Nick and Alandria are scamming, so fucking what? Let that girl get everything she needs. Scam me, girl, because I didn't already spent too much on that damn bathing suit that they didn't even have my band size. But scam me, mama. It's okay. So yeah, I'm just annoyed, and I had a good session, and I was not mad when I came in here, but now I'm mad. Fuck Taylor forever. I hope all his hair fall out. and, every, and every bad thing that happened to him, I'm gonna laugh. I don't care about, and I am Baptist, but I don't go to church anyway. So, and Ace, fuck you too. I hope you lose all your followers and all your money, since you apparently didn't need it, but you didn't think about Landry at all. Even if you were mad at Nick, like, you a grown man and you don't do this internet ass shit, then pick up the fucking phone, bitch ass. Oh, I'm mad. Anyway, let me shut up. All right, and I'll drop myself.
Thank you, Amina. Yes,
She
go
talked
ahead,
real
Jules.
good.
Right. Y'all are funny in the comments. Okay, Violet and then Jules, and then I will do my two fans that are up here. Violet, will you please share your thoughts?
Hey everyone, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, hello, hello.
Hey y'all. First off, Tina, thank you for the space. I really love hopping on here and just like kikiing with y'all. So thank you for doing this. I think something I do want to try to bring us to a place of holding some thoughts about these young people. Like, I feel frustrated and upset for Nick and Alandria. Like, this is a rough day. But I don't want us to move to a place of dehumanizing the other cast members. Like, Ace did a shitty thing today, and he's also 23. Like, he is in a position that most people his age would never be in. And because of that, his actions have a far like greater reach than it should, right? And so I do just want to make sure in this moment, as we're feeling frustrated, as we're feeling upset, as we feel protective, especially for Alandria and Nick, that we don't demonize these young people, because they are doing things that make sense for them to do at their age, but they're on a platform where they don't really get the chance to make these types of mistakes. And they don't have as much guidance as other people who are like thrust into the spotlight. Like, they're literally coming off this random reality TV show. And yes, Ace has had popularity, but he's just been doing TikTok shit. So like, there's a part of me that wants to also just make sure that we temper our frustration so that we don't start to feed into a bigger hate train that these kids do not have the skill set to deal with, right? Like, it is good for us to name the fact that what he has done is messed up and wrong. I'm not saying that, but I am trying to make sure that we don't start to like put things on his character or say these things are like a permanent feature to his identity, because he's still growing, he's still learning. And there's a good chance that he will grow from this. I pray for his own sake that he will, but I don't want us to start to like have like a black and white thinking about this and holding him into the space of he is always going to be wicked, or he's always going to be like the selfish, like spontaneously foolish jerk, right? Like, he's 23. The other thing I want to flag is I can understand why a lot of the Black cast members have a lot of resentment right now, right? They went onto the show, and I do think the producers did try to limit their personality, did try to make them seem a certain way. And then they come out, mind you, they all live together. So they know everyone's acting like normal people, age appropriate people. And then they see this white guy, Nick, who did fuck up in the villa, right? Like, he was sleeping with somebody. He like made another girl feel bad. Like, and he's not dealing with the consequences. I can understand why they might feel a special type of prick of frustration that they don't know where to place, right? Like, they are feeling some type of resentment, not because Nick himself has done anything to create that, but because of the way systemic racism works in this country. Nick gets a lot more passes than any of them did. And now he comes out and he has this amazing following, and now he has this relationship that everyone's cheering. And Alandria, who they think of as disposable, real talk, like, I think that's a part of this. Alandria was never supposed to be a star in their minds on this show. She is now getting all this attention because she's attached to this white man, right? And so I can understand why these young Black people, and Nick is young too, like, hear me out. I'm not saying Nick has done anything to garner this, but it's the function of our society. Nick is going to have more passes because he's an attractive white man. And so they are feeling frustrated. And I think they also had a lot of high expectations for Nick's response to this. And I don't think that is fair for Nick to have for them to have that expectation, for Nick to be able to show up for them, because he is a white guy. And yes, he seems to have friends across the spectrum of race, but at the heart of it, this is probably the first time he is really dealing with racism and having to see it up close impact people that he cares about. I don't think he's going to have the bandwidth for some time to be able to really know how to navigate that stuff. But I can understand how his friends and people who felt closeness to him in the villa could feel some type of resentment seeing how he's coming out, not dealing with the same type of scrutiny that they've dealt with, having all of this fame, all of this fortune come to him. And he wasn't like the best quote unquote person in the villa. And then on top of that, he's not probably showing up in a way that feels good to them, but he doesn't have the tools for it yet. And so I just want to add a little bit more nuance into this conversation. I know we're all in our feelings. I feel really protective of these kids. I don't even know them, but yet my heart hurts for them. But I also have space to recognize that this is just a really fucked situation. And I don't want any of them to be in a position where they start to feel isolated or they start to feel completely demonized by the public, because in the past, Love Island UK has had people lose their life by suicide. And so I do want to make sure we temper our frustration and be mindful of the fact that these are young people, like they're going to make mistakes, and this is a big mistake, but it's not something that we would want to pound into them and make them feel as if they can't come back from this, that they can't grow from this.
Thank you, Violet. Now I know y'all are in the comments losing your minds, but let me say, well, y'all are not losing y'all's minds. I'm teasing. You're not. But let me say, but I did say on my video, and I have been clear, right? So I'm gonna back Violet up about a part of this, right? That he is 23, and a lot of this I do chalk up to age. I would say that it's a character flaw if he is 26, 27, and we're still seeing this behavior. That said, like I said earlier, right? He needs to sit down with somebody to make sure that it doesn't become a part of his character. And that said, because y'all know we do nuance, that said, it still doesn't make what he did okay, which I don't think Violet is attempting to excuse. I think that Violet, you correct me if I'm wrong. Violet is simply saying that it is complicated, right? He is fucking up. And let's not say that he can never be somebody different than this, right? Or that he's just always only going to be this, right? Like that he is young, and that we can hold that at some point he might change. But today, right now, based on who you are today, right now, you fucking up.
Yes. And I want to clarify, like, the reason why I have space for this nuance, I've worked as an attorney representing young people who've been in the criminal justice system. And so I can recognize that, yes, people can make terrible mistakes at a young age, but that does not mean that this is who they are forever. Some people, yeah, they're going to continue down that path and they'll become a part of who they are forever. But at this age, he's still malleable. There's so much that he can still grow from. And I'm not saying for us to act like nothing happened today. Like, that is not what I'm saying at all. He did something really, really fucked up today. And yet, I don't want us to build this worldview where he is now limited to this moment, that this is all he can be. Like, I think we should be encouraging him to understand what he did is wrong, and to understand that he needs to take the steps to make amends, and to figure out what about what's been going on for you has made you target this couple and hurt your friend because of your frustration. Like, you have a right to be frustrated, but that does not mean you should be taking it out on people who have nothing to do with why your situation is the way it is right now. And that's what I'm trying to bring up for us.
Yeah. I think too, Violet, I will say this too, that as far as I'm concerned, like, I have complicated feels, but as far as I'm concerned, my perspective is you should have fucking said nothing. Then you wouldn't have to deal with people having a perspective around you. I hear that, right? Like, we need to give them space to grow. I'm a therapist. Y'all, I'm not accepting nobody else up to the live. Please don't bring other people up to the live, because I'm going to end soon. I want to make space for people to grow. As a therapist, I always have to believe that you have the ability to do that. And your grown ass could have just chose not to fucking say nothing, right?
Agreed.
And so he needs to sit down with somebody and figure out why, when I feel hurt, is my response to lash out. Fuck
Mm-hmm.
the consequence to everybody else. And so I think that's, and it's okay, y'all. Yes, it is absolutely. I hear y'all in the comments. It is absolutely okay for y'all to feel what you feel, and to have the space to do that.
Oh, and please don't think I'm not saying for you guys to feel how you should feel in this moment. Like, I feel really upset. My heart has been hurting since I saw all of this mess today. So I don't want anybody to feel like I'm trying to silence you or tell you how to feel. I just did want to bring this to the forefront because I do get worried about how quickly things can build up, especially when we're talking about young Black people and them doing something wrong. Like I said, I've worked in the criminal justice system with young Black people. And so it triggers a part of me that's a little bit like, let's not feed in, especially because the way our society works, white people are already ready to jump on this. And so I want us to just hold space to recognize that these kids still have the potential to come back from this and do better.
Thank you, Violet. And I will say, y'all, in my comments, right? And I would say this to any person that was, and so to your point, AB, any person that feels slighted, it's not your responsibility to hold space, right? So let me be clear that, like, even as we're saying that, like, oh yeah, like he has an ability to grow and to develop, it's not Black women's job to hold space around that. It's not people's job to hold space around that if that doesn't feel right to you. You hear what I'm saying? So hopefully he has people in his life that can hold that space for him, that can give him the room to grow and to develop, because it's the request from Black women at all times to we will mute people if y'all are in here being ridiculous. So just know that this is, again, maybe you're new here, but this is a dictatorship. So I trust that my moms are being responsible with the muting in here. But like, we don't have to, exactly. He has folks in his life that can hold the space. And if y'all don't want to, you don't have to at all. You know what I'm saying? And I respect that completely. And I don't plan to personally. Like, I can know that logically he has the space to grow. And as just a normal person out in the world, I also get to choose to disengage. You feel me? Okay, Bianca, will you share your thoughts, please?
Yes. Hi, Tina. Thank you for having me. Okay, so my gut feeling, and literally last week I got on a live and I had this horrible gut feeling, and I just asked the question on the live. I posed the question because I had this weird feeling like, guys, what if Ace and Shelly turned on Nick and Alandra in the reunion? I just posed that question because I wanted to spark up conversation. But then I also was having this weird gut feeling last week, and everyone ate me alive. They were like, girl, shut the hell up, blah, 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 blah. That would never happen. That would never happen. Bam, for this to happen today, I'm like, wow, like, I need to trust my gut feeling more, because I just thought they were moving so weird. I love Shelly. She's such a queen. But I don't know. I felt that something like this was going to happen. Like, they were going to turn on Nick and Alandria. Secondly, like Nick said, like, Alandria has loyalty for people that don't reciprocate it, and that's really unfortunate. And honestly, Nick kind of does too. Like, I feel bad for everything that's happening today. And Ace, if you wanted to say all these things, you should have said it at the reunion. It's a coward move to say it now and not at the reunion. And then lastly, I just want to, it's so crazy to me that yesterday, like, Alandra was in Tuskegee, like, praising God for everything that's been happening, everything that's happening in her life, the protection, how she's never felt alone with God. And whatever you believe, it's like she was praising God, exalting God, and then boom, this happens today. Like, these people are protected. Like, that's one thing I know for sure. So that's my 2 cents. Thank you, Tina, for having me.
Thank you, Bianca. Okay, I know that y'all, again, thank you so much for coming up, Bianca. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts. Thank you for being a fan on my live as well. Oh, sorry, damn it. Y'all were spending her gifts. Hopefully they still go. Shit, I didn't realize. My bad. Hope it still went. Okay. Okay, I think y'all are still doing it. Okay, great. Yay. Okay, let me just say, y'all, the interview was literally filmed yesterday. So these are his thoughts as of yesterday. To the person in the comments saying, watch the interview, I did twice. Okay. And I need y'all to read books so that y'all can understand context clues. Because while he's saying in one breath, I love Alandria, I love her, I have so much respect for her, and the next breath, he is also fueling the narrative that has driven so much hate toward her. So cut the shit. He don't got to say fuck Alandria if the things that he's doing provide context and clues and space for people to then drive a hate train. It doesn't matter. He knew that he was driving a hate train on her. And I'm sorry, but he's old enough to critically think about some things. It doesn't matter that he said only Nick's name. It doesn't matter. It does not matter. I want y'all to use your full brain. If somebody is talking to, if somebody goes on a live and you and your man or you and your partner, whoever, whatever type of people you like to date, exactly, he literally repeated what Nick said in the villa. How many months are we post villa, Carmel? How many months are we post villa, Carmel?
2, 3, 2.
So the fact that he brought up something that was how many months ago, Carmel, and then when asked, is it real, just didn't say anything. I want you to think about what message that sends. What message does that send? Ace is being victimized by who? Being held accountable does not make you a victim. Y'all got to cut that shit too. Being accountable is not the same thing as being a victim. And I said the same thing about Taylor when he did it. Do you remember, Ivy? Like, you literally could just say nothing. You could say, I don't know, because I haven't talked to him about this specific thing in X amount of time. So I don't really know what's happening today in their relationship dynamic. But that's not what he did. Instead, he left the space open while also dropping this seed, right, to fuel the narrative that has already been happening around her and Nick, because she is not separate from Nick when we're talking about their coupling. He didn't say, what do you think about Nick? He said, what do you think about Nicolandria? So y'all are not going to keep acting like it wasn't going to also drive hatred toward her. Cut the shit. If somebody is making accusations about you and your man, and then somebody gets online and says something about your man, and then they say, well, what about them as a couple? And then they just put cricket emojis. Baby, they're fueling it without ever saying your name. Don't play in this live. Don't do that. And I don't really fuss, but don't do that shit. Don't act like just because he didn't say her fucking name, that it wasn't also driving hatred toward her. Okay, y'all blocked her. The silence was enough. Don't play with me. I know that y'all, a lot of y'all are old enough in here because I'm a millennial. So I know the type of demographic I attract. I look at my numbers. It's clearly, Ivy, you dropped something. Brain just completely out. What are you talking about? What are y'all talking about? They blocked Carmel. But I know a bunch of y'all, you are from the generation of phonics and reading comprehension and being, so y'all are not illiterate, right? We might be in a literacy and a comprehension crisis now, but we have not always been. So don't fucking play in my life. Don't do that. Hi, Chicken Swarma. Don't do that. Paris, I do think that's what he wanted. Okay, Whitney, I'm so sorry, fan. Please give us your thoughts.
Hi, thank you for having me. I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous. I have ADHD, so my brain is all over the place.
You're totally fine.
I would say that I really do genuinely think Oleandria and Nick are a real couple. I think it's because while they were on the show, they genuinely did have an initial attraction towards each other, but because of what happened in the villa pushed them towards other people, and so they just pushed down that attraction or that like relationship attraction towards each other, but that physical attraction was still there. It was very evident. They kept picking each other in the games, and then when they finally got together with no distractions, no obstacles, it took them a minute for them to fully open up to remove that wall of that friendship that they have and bring up the wall of relationship. So I think that's what's going on, and that's why it's kind of awkward. But you saw at the reunion how lovey-dovey they are, because I think they've moved past it now. It's very evident that they genuinely do like each other. So Alondria, I really do feel that she is loyal to a fault, to the point that sometimes it kind of, her integrity is kind of tested. Like, for instance, with the whole telling people halitosis is business. I really do feel I really do feel that she loves these people, that she loves people down, and she will protect you with all her heart. She's the older sister. That's literally how she is. That's how she was raised. But she will ignore their red flags because she loves you so much. And that's something that I've noticed about her. And I really wish that she would like actually observe these people and see how they're truly treating her versus you just, oh, I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you. So I know you love me too because we have some form of connection. Like, Shelly's supposed to be your soul sister, but she's hanging out with, oh girl, that makes no sense to me. Like, I would never do that. Or the fact that Ace is supposed to be your brother, like you over there defending him every chance you get, and he goes and does this. It's very evident that this man has been jealous of this relationship. That man has a jealous spirit in him. He's been jealous of all the relationships since day one. That's why he hated on Jeremiah. That's why he hated, and I really I hate her too. She can go to hell for life, but that's also why he hated on Honda. That's why he hated on Hannah. Like, they even Shelly too, because I never really cared for her either, because I don't know, there's something about her spirit that doesn't sit right with me. And then the fact that the video showed everybody was genuinely wanting to save Hannah, and she's like, oh no, just because of one connection. Sis, Alondra only had one connection too. So I'm so confused why you're having an issue with the one connection that she had. It was because it was a strong connection. And then both of them switched after America's Vote came in when they were on the bottom. All of a sudden, it went from all this drama to both of them, oh, let's focus on a relationship that we love each other. We're together, lovey-dovey. Yeah, nobody can touch our relationship. And that's why they were so shocked, because they thought that they hoodwinked America. But no, sweetie, we already clocked the T from the very beginning, where you guys, the plot that y'all had, they may not have plotted like outside the show. They generally probably just met back up on the show, but they knew that they were going to be endgame at the end of the day. They were initially attracted to each other outside of the show. So that's a natural attraction they had anyway. So they probably knew that they were endgame. It was just they were going to quote unquote explore and then get back to each other. And then everyone, oh, America loves us because, we played the game like how it was supposed to, and we still ended up together. After all these people we went through, we're back together. Like, no, sweetie, we know it. We know the truth. And last thing I will say is Shelly and Ace both have I feel like they're perfect for each other because they both have that jealousy spirit, and they also both have the hater spirit as well. I hate to say it about Shelly because that girl is a beautiful girl, but she does. She likes to be the center of attention, and she doesn't like the fact that Olandria is the center of attention right now. Both of them are getting opportunities, but let's face it, Olandria is getting more. And I don't think she likes that fact either. And then the fact that, again, like I said, this girl literally is supposed to be your soul sister and you're friends with 404, it doesn't sit right with me at all. Till this day, it still doesn't sit right with me. But yeah, that's just my, jumbled up mess about it. Oh, and Jeremiah and Chris are victims. I have to say it. They're both victims.
And are. Thank you so much, Whitney, for your thoughts. Thank you so much for being a fan and on the page. I appreciate you.
Thank you for having me. Have a good night.
You too, of course. Okay, Jules, my friend, give us your thoughts.
Child. She hit some points on the hill, especially on the head. I'm sorry, on that last little mark that she was on about Shelly. Because if you ever know, well, things that I picked up, I don't know if I mentioned it in here before or if it was on Twitter, because I be on Twitter too. But there was a conversation in which the whole Flutters conversation that Nick had with Ace, and the girls were sitting across the pond, and then Alondria was really opening up for the first time to Shelly about like how she felt about Nick and all that stuff. And then Shelly immediately like kind of cut her off mid sentence when she really was getting into the thick of it and was like, "Girl, I'm trying to see about a kiss though." It's kind of the same thing that Kiki did. Like Kiki wasn't really trying to let Alondria open up the way she wanted to, and she was just so hungry for the gag of it all. She really wanted the tea. Like it really didn't matter how she felt about Nick. It was more about, girl, what's the gag? What's the tea? Like they want to eat the apple but don't want the nutrients from it. So that, like I told y'all before, I feel like they're all leeches on her, and she is anointed. This is divine love. You can't separate them unless they choose to be separated. What was I gonna say? Lord, I'm kind of losing my train of thought now that I'm like now that it's on me. But I don't know, like just very mixed reactions about the whole situation. Not mixed about how I feel about Ace. That's never gonna change. If it's up, then it's stuck, and he can stay where he's at. But yeah, like I'm really glad that, oh, I remember now. I'm really glad that Alondria is positioned where she is and Nick is positioned where he is. I feel like it's something very telling that this is the story that's being pushed to us. That these are the people that have been brought to us as a society in this day and age, in the political climate that we're in, when they're literally trying to strip away everything that is Black about America. Everything is being challenged. So the fact that we have a dark-skinned woman and white males getting together, it just shows that love prevails, even through absurd hate, a very absurd hate that I don't understand. Black love is black love, as Common says, and I used to love her, but I don't know. Like I always say, if where you're at, if someone's giving you, love where you're at and they're not Black, then I say follow that. Sometimes skinfolk ain't always kinfolk, guys. But that's my closing thoughts, and I'll see you guys whenever I see y'all tomorrow, whenever it's gonna be.
Thank you, Jules, so much for sharing your thoughts. Y'all, I will say that tomorrow I will actually be on. So y'all know that I was supposed to be on a live on the night of the reunion, but then she got banned. But she is back. So we'll be live tomorrow. So I will post it. I don't remember IB, so I'm not gonna lie to you right now. I will find out and I will post it. I don't know how we're gonna do it. Like maybe I'm not sure, but I will find out and I will post it for y'all. I will say this last thought. I know that people are like, I really don't want them to like take a step out of the limelight. I really feel like they should like go hard, especially against, thank you. My panels are always amazing. Even when we don't always agree about all the things. Everybody does such a great job. But I will say this last thing about them, right? Like about them not stepping out of the limelight and people wanting them to like just go harder and like make sure that like, oh, Deasia, I'm glad you found me too. But I have always said, y'all know I said it like the week after they came out of the villa. I was like, Yanela, I've been live for like almost 5 hours now. No, 4.5 hours. So I'm about to get off soon. But I was like, I really want them to know that like, they can step back. Like the people that support them are going to support them without them having to give us every single part of their life. And with the impact that coming out of the villa initially had on Alandria's mental health, the fact that she's telling us she's just now recovering, you know what I mean? And then for this to come, no, I'm sorry. They deserve to take a beat. You know what I mean? And I will give y'all like this little bit of self-disclosure. I don't always self-disclose on here. But like when Chris and I got together, we had a lot of like outside naysayers as well. And locking into each other and really like, again, leaning into our friendship made us be able to just be like not really be phased off of like what was happening outside of us. And so I do hope that they, again, lean into that friendship and let themselves not have to feel obligated to prove anything to anybody. They don't need to perform for us. Fuck what the internet is saying. And again, for me, I would not give a shit if they never put a label on it. I don't give a shit. I don't care. Because what I've seen him offer to her, the level of care and compassion and support that he has offered to her, I'm never going to be mad at their relationship. I'm never going to be mad at that. Even if they say tomorrow, you know what, we've decided for that we're only going to be friends. I think that they have a real deep love and care and concern for each other and support for each other. And at this point, that's all that matters. And it's especially going to matter because of the way that the people that they thought they were their friends are now moving about them. And if that man didn't give her, if he don't give her shit else except supporting her with the mental health, taking her phone from her when he needs to, taking her to Greece for the first time because she never been, putting her onto shoes, if he don't do shit else for her and they're like, you know what, I'm done, this was fun, it's a wrap, that's enough. To see a Black woman be pedestaled in that way and to be supported and loved in that way, that is enough. Jen, I think what will happen is that they will really, my hope is that they'll fold into each other and get support from family and be okay mentally. Because again, this is so hard. I know y'all are so funny egging Chris on in these comments. And I think that Nick has raised her standards in a lot of ways, not just as a partner, but as a friend, right? Because keep it a buck, that's not technically her man yet, right? Like they weren't labeled when he was doing these things for her. So now this is raising her expectation even as a friend. It's showing her what loyalty should actually, what does reciprocity actually look like? What does, when they was in that podcast interview, when they were in that podcast interview, he said, yeah, when they did the follow-up call with them after the reunion, he said, yeah, I'm looking up, our next step is us taking, having dinner like in a hot air, but like I'm looking up because that's what she said her dream date was. He's like, I'm looking it up right now. I'm getting the details done right now. So if nothing else, he is showing her, what does it mean to be courted? What does it mean to have someone actually show up for you? And even if they decide that it's not going to work for them, he has now set a standard for every man after him and every friend after him.
He done raised the bar. Niggas is not like that.
He told us, I'm a type B motherfucker. I don't plan. And he's like, let me figure it out. So Ace can say whatever the fuck he wants to say. Speedy can continue to say whatever he wants to say, whatever. He's giving it to her. He's giving an opportunity to her to now know what to expect and what to believe that she is able to receive moving forward. And for me, that's enough. Because y'all know, I tell y'all all the time, I don't like the idea that Black women especially, because I'm a Black woman, so I can speak to like my experience around that, right? That there's this narrative around you need to have struggle love before you can have the real thing. Y'all got to struggle and be, oh, everything is so hard in our relationship. And then we overcame. No, fuck that. I deserve ease. I deserve peace. I deserve for it to feel good in the beginning. I tell people all the time, me and Chris didn't have our first hard moment until we were 4 years in. Every Black woman, but definitely every Black woman deserves that. No. And no shade, all tea. No shade, all tea. But that has not been the story for Shalace. They was a couple weeks in and she's having to check her man about patting on somebody's ass. I don't give a fuck that it was a challenge, right? Because the challenge didn't have to be all of that, right? So they've already had their moment in the beginning. Alandria cannot relate to that. Yeah, be mad about it. Be mad about it if you want to, Ace. So again, if it ain't never nothing else, but what they've had so far, that's enough. She's had a beautiful experience, and I love that for her. She deserves that. And I don't know why it's making so many people mad. Who gives a fuck if they never... Because let's clock it, Ace. Y'all are not boyfriend and girlfriend either yet. and y'all been together longer. So it doesn't matter if it's never anything than what other than what she has. Okay, and I'm gonna say this one last thing because I'm being an asshole at this point, right? The difference between, that's exactly what I was about to say, AV. The difference between Nicolandria and Shalace, Nick hears what Alandria wants and does it. Ace does what he thinks that Shelly should be grateful for. Because why are you late to her birthday party? Because you performing. You late to her birthday party because you performing, you going to get these roses because that's what you think it's supposed to look like. Nigga, she wanted you to be on time. That's what it was supposed to look like. That's what you were supposed to hear your partner and do what they asked. And I've talked about the grand gestures before, but maybe I only talked about that to subscribers. But Nick heard what she wanted and did it. I'm going to do what you asked for, not what I think you should have. Not what, and have somebody recording it for us so that we can. Just because he's not pushing her in her head the way Taylor's pushing Clark in her head, don't mean he ain't still performing in some of the ways that Taylor performs. Image. How we gonna be Beyonce and Jay-Z? Image. And I'm not, we all are curating an image. We're all curating an image, right? But clock that T. Clock that T for real. Because the image that Nick is curating, even if it's fake, is one of being attuned to your partner, being loyal to your partner, being concerned with your partner, even when you have nothing to fucking gain. We're not getting, filmed and edited drops of Nicolandria moments. They're just enjoying each other. Anywho, yes, this will get posted on YouTube, y'all. I will cut it up from like the first part to the panel part. Thank y'all so much for being in my space. I will check my DMs, Gigi. I see you. I know, Cara, it was really disheartening, honestly. I appreciate y'all holding so much space for each other. I appreciate y'all being courageous in this space and allowing yourselves to be held. All my Black women that got on this panel and allowed yourself to feel your feelings, thank you so much for trusting this space enough to do that. Thank you for allowing this space to create a space of softness for you. Thank you for allowing us to hold a space of like care and concern and compassion for you. Because like you deserve that, right? And while strength is powerful, so is your softness, and so is your ability to be tender. And I appreciate y'all for letting yourselves do that in this space with me. Love y'all so much. Love y'all so much. Come on, Jules. Come on. Yes, Ramen Lover, it's over, but I am posting it on YouTube. If you want to know what my YouTube is, go to my profile. There are 2 links. One of them, thank you, Ray. I love your PFP. I tell you every time you come in here. And Peter. I'm sorry, Peter, but I gotta go. I've been on here for almost 5 hours. And I had a shit ton of subscribers in here requesting tonight. So
I told him, but I don't think they seen my.
I'm so sorry, y'all. What'd you say?
Tell them the YouTube is in your thing. They didn't see that I responded.
I'm so sorry, but I didn't expect it to be this big of a live, y'all. This doesn't happen. And just posted it. But also, yes, if you go to my profile, there's a link to the Google form if you want to ask questions. And there's also the link to my YouTube. I love and appreciate y'all so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Y'all have a great night. Get some rest. Thank y'all for rocking out with your girl. Oh, Deasia, I love that. Thank you so much. I'm so glad you loved the live, Altina. Wait, did I say your name right? Altinia? Tell me if I said it wrong. Good night. Good night. My YouTube is CX Limit. CX Limit. Good night, babies. Good night. Love y'all so much. Thank you. Thank you. Y'all are so kind. Thank you. Thank you. Good night. Good night. Good night. Good night, a whole snack. Not 4 a.m. Good night, y'all. Good night.